you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewelry making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewelry making techniques.
Book now to take part in the Gemporia experience. Take a behind-the-scenes tour of our TV studios, meet the presenters, and learn about gemstones and jewellery. The price of £169 includes an overnight stay at the picturesque White Swan Hotel, a buffet lunch, refreshments, and a 3-course dinner. Dates are limited, so call or email us now for an experience you'll never forget.
You can now keep in touch by liking JewelleryMaker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. Very exciting evening tonight because we have got a clearance show in store for you. So it could happen at any time, so you can never rest on your laurels. Keep your phone in your hand. You can dial our free phone number to come straight through to our help team. Alternatively, you can shop with us at JewelleryMaker.com. But our clearance price points this evening are so ridiculous that people are smashing the place up. I'm only joking. Frankie's packing up, and it's a little bit of a quick changeover this evening because I'm also joined by Luscious Linda. She's here.
Hi.
Hi, Linda.
Yeah,
right?
just helping Frankie, and we just had a catastrophe, so apologies for that.
Are you smashing everything up?
Yeah, we're smashing everything up, sorry.
You should have known not to get Linda involved, Frankie. I was always going to end in tears.
The more helpful I am, the less helpful I am. Really.
So Linda is one of our resident designers. Been with JewelleryMaker from day one, and part of the Bennett clan that actually own the Genuine Gemstone Company. Of course, here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we aim to give you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, and we do that by cutting out the middlemen and going direct to the mine owners so that we can get the most competitive deals on the market. And as I say, tonight is a little bit ridiculous because we're going to be going above and beyond. In fact, I'm going to set a sneaky timer so that it could go off at any time. You'll never know when the alarm is going to sound, but when I'm alerted to it, I'm going to set it now. Do you like that? Live on air. Why not? Ah, I see. My producer just said I'm not very happy about this, and I said why not, and he said, oh, because you're in control of what's going on. Makes sense, really. Okay, don't worry. Here we go. Okay, and start. Okay, so when this goes off, we're going to do a clearance deal. And nobody else knows when it's going to happen except for me. Okay, but that's not all we have, because we've got premier strands to bring you as well. Amazing deals. This is going to be our superstar buy this evening. We did give you a little heads up about it last night. We only have a limited number available, and these are your concave cut citrines. I mean, they're just out of this world. Professionally cut, and probably some of the highest quality citrine we've ever seen. Gorgeous consistency from the honey-like hues you've got here, and it's all about the cut. I mean, just have a look at that. It's quite a traditional jewellery cut, but only up to the midpoint. Then it's sort of like a mirrored round cut, if you like. So you've got the depth of that pavilion and the coulee there, but no table on the surface of the gemstone. Instead, it's like a 3D round cut, so it's mirrored. It's absolutely out of this world. It's going to add so much texture and dynamic to your designs, but also such a high-end feel because of the quality of the gemstones. You've actually got this, haven't you, Linda?
I've got it in front of me.
Do you love it?
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I tried to snatch it last week for a boutique collection, but I was just like 2 minutes too late.
It had already been scheduled into our show.
So it's really nice to be on the show when you're showing it tonight,
especially when you've already sort of fallen in love with the gemstone. I've already fallen
deeply in love with it, and it's each single one. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and each one's a standalone gemstone. Each one. So
could you technically just set these into rings or use them as pendants?
Yes, I mean they could almost be claw set, you know, they'd be quite unusual as a claw set.
We did the prong settings yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, they would be most unusual set like that, because you've got tip to toe, you know, you've got the points on both sides.
Exactly,
but absolutely gloriously faceted, so clever. And do you know, if I'd have seen that without knowing it's citrine, I'd have said that was Madeira topaz. Definitely, it's so glorious.
There is a great depth to the colour, isn't there?
Yes.
You are getting a lot of those golden hues in there as well, not just the lemon tones. Yeah, it's gorgeous. And we've got what I would describe as the perfect accompaniment, actually, to the citrine. Obviously closely related.
Yeah.
And the amethyst and the citrine just go so perfectly together, don't they? The golden tones with the regal purples.
You can't go wrong, because I mean they've actually got together in nature to form ametrine, haven't they? So you can't go wrong.
Exactly right. So there you go. A match made in heaven by Mother Nature herself, and this will be coming up around about the halfway point of the show. Is that correct? About 7 PM. Yep, there you go. So premiere strand of amethyst and a brand new strand of citrine coming from our cut collection. So very, very impressive premiere strands, but of course we also have the clearance deals throughout the show. In particular, I've just got to make you aware of one more deal. Sorry, we've got so much going on tonight. This is out of this world. Now, I've been focusing quite heavily on the pearl prices over the last few days on the show, and actually 2 weeks ago Linda and I did a show where we had some pearl deals as well, didn't we? Sunday morning show, remember?
Yeah, we did, yeah exactly.
So we're both very au fait with what's going on in the industry. We haven't actually seen the impact of the industry-wide increases yet, and so we're trying to give you as many possible deals as we can. Look at this, a 7-strander, a genuine wholesale deal on pearls. Oh right, so my producer just started counting the strands, and I thought, oh no, they're not 7 anymore. It got me panicked. Doesn't take much to panic me. You got me very excited, although I did panic a little. Yeah, so shall we get everybody's orders up and running? Because you're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker, and I suspect lots of you have already taken advantage of the deals we've been doing. Where are we starting, sorry? Oh yeah, of course. Another essential item for most jewellery makers, chain. We saw a couple of deals on chain last night as well, which actually did end up being sell-out deals on the show. And I like the name of this, Chain-tastic bundle. Do you use a lot of chain in your designs, Linda?
I do. I've always loved chain. I just think it's either, it has sort of 2 opportunities. If you're using fine chain, it can really elevate it to fine jewellery.
Okay.
If you get the chunkier, then it can be real costume sort of stuff.
I suppose they use that quite a lot on the high street, you know, with sort of the larger
There's an amazing Spanish designer that I follow quite closely, because I absolutely love his designs, and he uses a lot of bulky chain in his designs, and every single one is just divine.
Right.
Just
Are these
divine.
one-offs that he designs?
No,
or?
I don't think they're one-offs, but they're probably limited, very much limited, and they're stunning, and he uses a lot of sort of fabric and textile within, weaving it within the chain, and it is amazing.
Oh well, you're quite big on the sort of mixed media pieces, aren't you? So okay. Well, that's really interesting insight, and don't forget, if you've got any questions that you want to put to Linda this evening, I'm sure she won't mind. If you text in, the number you need is 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, just click the message box, and I'm sure Linda will be more than happy to help you with any of your jewellery making needs. Now, let's get back to the chain. So Linda was just touching on the use of fine chain, and this is probably the finest chain that we have here at JewelleryMaker. The links, I believe, are 2 by 1.5 mil. generally we see a lot of... Oh, it's not yet, it's not yet, it's the halfway. It's the halfway. There you go, it's alerting me to the fact that we're edging ever closer to the clearance deal. It's not exactly half time. Here we go. So this is a yellow coloured chain. Then we've got your rose gold. Well, this is rose gold finish. It's actually copper as your base metal. And then you've got the rose gold finish, so quite high end. This is more of the sort of costume or high street kind of look, isn't it, into this chunkier one?
Yes, it is, but it's also really, really favoured by the big designers, Gucci and all of those big designers.
Impact metal
and rose gold being the one. I mean, all of the big watch designers are using it, so it's really big out there now.
Then I've got the silver finish chain, but this time with the rope effect. That's quite a traditional finish to your chain, but because of the size of the links, still has quite a contemporary feel. So you could probably use this in a number of different designs, I would imagine, the silver one. And have a look at this. This is gorgeous. So you actually get a metre of chain here, and this is your aluminium, silver plated double diamond link chain. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? It's going to add an extra dynamic to your designs. Actually, you could use this in quite funky contemporary designs. It almost has a sort of industrial-like feel to it, doesn't it?
That's really the one I'm basing this sort of Spanish designer on, where you can weave those two chains together.
Oh, okay.
Just weave them together and then have, say, some textile and then some really serious drops of very bright coloured gemstones. And he uses gemstones as well. And it looks absolutely amazing. They're showstoppers, absolute showstoppers.
Totally agree. And you've got a beautiful variety here as part of this wholesale bundle. Lots and lots of people getting involved, both on the phone lines and at JewelleryMaker.com. Normally, this would set you back $19.80, so it's still under £20 for 4 lens of chain, which is impressive in itself. And that's not your price this evening. We're taking it down to £10 from £19.80, so it's virtually a half price deal, give or take 10p or whatever it is. So virtually a half price deal on 4 lengths of chain this evening. You've got your rope effect chain in the silver plated. You've got the rose gold plated copper in your sort of marquise or pear drop shaped links. And then you've got the very fine yellow chain. And then you've got this just sort of fashion led aluminium silver plated double diamond link chain. All for £10 this evening. We have created a short queue on the phone lines. It's going to be busy all night this evening on JewelleryMaker because we've got so many deals to bring you. Clearance deals throughout the show that could come up at any point. And, of course, whenever we're creating our wholesale bundles, we are giving you the best value, not just on the market, but the best value of the day here at JewelleryMaker as well. £10 for 4 lengths of chain here. Absolutely unbelievable, and it's the perfect accompaniment to any order really, because we know you're always going to need chain. And I was saying last night that chain can be quite useful for jewellery makers because it can help you get out of a few crafting cul-de-sac, shall we say. So if you make a little error.
I mean, it's a standalone piece of jewellery. Chain is particularly pretty chain like that, chain that's got character. You can obviously add a minimum of gemstone to it or a maximum of gemstone to it, but if you don't even want to use it in jewellery making as such, you make fabulous replenish your handbag strap type thing.
True. You can upcycle.
So you can upcycle one, perhaps a small little clutch into a nice little evening bag with a nice little chain handle on and perhaps a dropper of gemstones on the one side.
Absolutely. So it really allows you to take your crafting skills in a new direction. You could even use it to upcycle certain items, but we're going to move on because, as I say, we have got a lot to get through this evening. Where are we going on to? Okay, we're going to do a clearance deal to get us up and running, a double deal on labradorite. Now, we see a lot of labradorite on the show, and it's because it's so popular. Now, it's popular because of the optical effect, which makes it easier to sell to your customers. But have a look at this. We've had so many requests recently for plain rounds, people after the 8mm rounds. We've got it in labradorite. Now often when we do see the labradorite there, the larger slabs or the faceted drops, actually to get hold of the plain rounds is a little bit few and far between, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I haven't seen any for a long time, and any new jewellery maker, particularly a new jewellery maker who's starting using gemstone, then it's a fabulous one to start with. You've got an optical effect gemstone, and you've got the perfect round.
There you go. So this is the perfect gemstone for all of the beginners out there, but established jewellery makers are going to love this strand. Gorgeous labradorescence here, real variation in the colour tones you're seeing in the labradorescence. You might not necessarily see it through the screen, but that's why we give you a 30-day money-back guarantee. Normally $8.95 per strand, which comes out at $17.90, but tonight, seriously? Wow, genuine clearance deal here from producer Liam, $9.95 for the two. So it's buy one, get one for £1 on 8mm rounds of labradorite. That's how we roll on the late show, Linda.
Yes, I know. I've got to get used to it. Give me a few minutes, and I'll get in with
give her a second to acclimatise to the kind of prices we're going to give you. There you go. Linda usually is one of our resident designers on the morning show, so a lot of our regular viewers will recognise Linda from the morning show, but you don't do that many late shows for
No,
for
I don't. No,
so
I'm loving it. I'm loving it because I actually get to see strands of gemstone that I've not seen before.
True, because often we'll have the last of stock. So if something's virtually sold out on a morning show that you weren't on,
that's right.
And you might never see it.
Instead of me sitting in the kitchen at home saying, why has he got that? Why haven't I never seen it? Now I've got the opportunity to at least see it before it goes out the door.
There you go. Over half the stock's already been allocated on this particular bundle, as you'd imagine, when we're giving away a strand of labradorite for £1 as part of this deal. Don't forget, all of the clearance bundles and the price reductions are only available for 60 minutes at a time, so the second you see something you like the look of, or if it's just value you can't ignore, such as strands of 8mm labradorite for £5 each, start dialing that free phone number. Put yourself to the front of the queue and avoid disappointment. Oh yes? Okay. I'm being fed information throughout the show tonight because we're actually having clearance deals brought down to the gallery while we're live. So some things I won't even know about, and they just turn up and go on air, and the next one's apparently going under £5. Oh gosh. Under £5 for the next clearance deal, Linda. But actually, and not just a little bit under. How much far under £5 can you go?
Yes.
Okay. We'll find out pretty soon. I'll check how long. Oh, not long. Okay, we're moving on. Oh, now this is an interesting clearance deal because rather than doubling up on one strand, we've given you two independent strands, but the same cut. I like this. This is a great idea actually, and I like the combination of gemstones. Well, they're two of my favourites. I would say they're both in my top 5. Rainbow Moonstone because it's my birthstone. And I love it. And emerald. The reason I always say that I love emerald is that you don't see gemstones that are prized for their inclusions very often. And I think that makes it a little more interesting, the fact that we're looking for an inclusion.
Yeah, I keep hearing that said because I've now sort of got an avid interest in anything on TV that's to do with gemstones, and I keep hearing that same thing with an emerald. We're looking for inclusion.
Yes, that's so rare, isn't it? Other than say like a rutile quartz, what else? What other gemstones? People are usually looking for clarity, aren't they?
Yes.
But I think basically what you're attributing to the emerald is character. You're saying it. You've got character. That's why I like you, and so that's what I love about it because. As I say, normally we're looking for that perfect clarity, which can be a bit dull really, can't it? If the light's just passing straight through a gemstone, you're not getting any real dispersion, whereas with an emerald, you know you're going to get that. I mean, these are a little more opaque than what the kind of gemstones I'm discussing, but you still get the opportunity to offer your customers one of the big 4, genuine emerald. Exactly. Okay, so we are going to give you a very, very special price. Normally, this particular combination of gemstone strands would set you back £23.90, but that's not our clearance price. So this is a little bit different. This is something a little bit different for us. Wow, have you seen the size of this rainbow moonstone? Look at that. Whoa, down to £14.95 from £23.90. Just look at the size of that rainbow moonstone. That is huge, isn't it? The largest on the strand is 14 by 6mm. But they range down to 7 by 4mm. I mean, you could technically just use the graduation in the sizes as a bit of a design itself, couldn't you? Then
I mean, they are beautifully graduated. They've got an absolutely deadly serious centre, haven't they? you know, that is a big moonstone in the centre.
Absolutely.
So,
and of course, once again, you've got a gemstone that offers you an optical phenomenon, really, because you can see those flashes of electric blues and even golden tones we're getting here. Hopefully you can see it on screen. If not, you can use your 30-day money-back guarantee, get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision regarding this particular clearance deal, because it's only available for 60 minutes, as with all of our clearance deals this evening. Okay, we're moving on though. Okay, here we go. Ooh, look at this now. Coated pyrite, which I now have been educated in, and I understand how popular coated pyrite is, and it's because of the design opportunities it gives you. It allows you to, I suppose, put a little bit of a metallic sheen into your designs, which is quite a traditional feel, isn't it? But without investing in semi-precious metals. And of course, not only do you get to save on your precious metals, but you still get the weightiness from pyrite, don't you? It does offer you a bit of weightiness, and it's a genuine gemstone. That's beautiful. Belinda's fallen in love with this one. It's basically the colour of a chocolate wrapper, if you know what I mean. I haven't
seen that strand before.
No?
No, I haven't. When I heard you say coated pyrite, and then when I looked up and saw the strand on, I thought, oh my word.
Because we used to have the coated pyrites that had a, you know, like a swirl of colour through them, you know, like oil on water sort of thing. But now when you've got these consistent colours, I mean, with amethyst, that is a match made in heaven, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful.
Look at that. It's gorgeous. And I love the way we've put quite a traditional facet on the surface, because it does give you that play of light, doesn't it? It gives you that, well, sparkle, basically.
It's superb, and I love the how it's top drilled as well. That lends you into making some really beautiful shapes, say wiring them together, and that really
okay,
beautiful.
so the real benefit here is where the drill hole is, because they've been drilled at the top through that corner.
So you're going to get those lovely angles coming out.
That's really on trend at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, well there you go. And right now, we're going to give you a clearance deal. Normally it'd be $19.90, so they'd normally be $9.95 per strand. Already pretty incredible value. Wow, down to $11.95. Buy one, get one for £2. This is how we climatise Linda to the late show prices. Flooding.
I think I might gate crash more often, I think.
Look at this. Quite a subtle variation in the sizes. They range from 7mm up to 9mm.
Very, very pretty. I mean, again, you just restrand it. Just restrand it. And
really?
Perhaps restrand it sort of on a rosary chain, a rosary link chain, and you'll have a really, really smart, casual look, but really could carry you into the evening.
Right.
So you could wear it into the office, and then you know what, and it just would work for every occasion.
Can I give you my design idea for this one?
Yeah, please
I
do.
would get a strand of amethyst rondelles and use those as the space in between. I don't know why I'm so drawn to.
I know why you're saying that, because look at the tassel that's on the end, the colour of the tassel.
Yes.
It's purple, so that is the classic. It really looks the royalist of purples from here.
Yes, very regal tone, isn't it? Okay, it's available right now. Buy one, get one for £2. So if you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number, and it could end up being a sellout deal, that one. We're going to move on now. Oh, I tell you what, these would be good to place with it as well, actually. Little gold-plated sterling silver spacer balls, but they're actually 6x5mm in size, so they're quite a significant look. I've managed to pull them all over the table. That was clever, Ed. And I'll just... Oh! That's the sound of the alarm. Okay, we're going to do the clearance deal after this. Please stop doing that silly noise. Right, here we go. He's doing this price drop immediately so that we can get onto our clearance deal. Just to be clear, you get 40 balls as part of this. Yeah, so you get normally you get 20 as part of this deal. You get 40 this evening. Now, we're expecting to see the prices on gold rise over the next 12 months or so. And to be able to give you clearance deals on precious metals, I mean, I always describe this as high end on top of high end, because you've got gold plated, your base metal is sterling silver, So this, I suppose, sets you apart from other jewellery makers. It shows your customers that you really do focus on an attention to detail and offering people the best of the best, gold-plated sterling silver. And they're quite a significant size as well.
Yes, I was just thinking then, you know, they'd be quite good to use if people who don't actually want, say, a coloured macrame or a coloured, say, leather.
I was just thinking the same thing.
You can use them. Yeah,
masculine macrame bracelets.
Fantastic. Yeah, fantastic.
That would work perfectly, wouldn't it? And you only need to use about 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Black leather, leather cord.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Over half the stock's already been allocated. Another clearance deal. We're not messing around tonight. And while we're doing a clearance segment in the show, we're going to give you an extra clearance deal that's going to go under £5. Now the alarm has sounded, and okay, my producer is adamant that everybody who's watching right now needs to be dialing the free phone number right now. Now we only have a limited number of any of our clearance deals, and I, as yet, don't know what this is. Okay. Oh, they've been put on the step next to me. I see them now, and I've got them here. Is that right? I'm going to move these over so you can see exactly what you're going to get. Now these are the little polymer clay cutters. Did you not want me to move that? Sorry. They tell me off and I move stuff around. Here we go. So these are the little cutters that are generally designed to be used with polymer clay, but actually, if you're a crafter...
Yeah, I mean, I used to use those a lot when I was doing sugarcraft.
Yeah?
A lot. But for things like polymer clay, card making, anything like that, they're fantastic because you get in the right shape. And it also inspires you as well, because you look at your selection and automatically you think, oh yeah, that would look really nice on that. Say you do an oval pendant and then you think, oh yeah, perhaps let's try a rectangle on top of it. You can just make that little bit of an impression on it and then have a look, see if that works, and then you can cut it out and pop it on and layer. I would layer with them.
Right, okay.
You know, they're the perfect size for layering onto things. But certainly for these fantastic brooches that are coming in now. Ceramic brooches.
It's a great idea, yeah. Sort of the cameo style ones, they're really hot at the moment, aren't they? Okay, loads and loads of people already piling in on the phone line. This is an exclusive clearance deal. It's been given to us by the channel manager. So, okay, so this is the current price, $4.95. That's not the clearance price. Before you do it, just let everybody drink that piece of information in. Let everybody react to the fact that currently we bring you a 12-piece clay cutter set for $4.95, and that's not our clearance price. Now, honestly, I've done my own research. I've been to independent craft stores. The amount you can pay for the cutters...
For just one?
I was going to say, you can pay the price we're going to offer you for 12 this evening for one cutter. I realise these are the smaller size, but actually, these are often the more difficult ones to source.
Yeah, it's irrelevant on the size because they're all roughly in that same price bracket anyway, because they are metal cutters.
Absolutely.
So there's very little difference between them, and as you say, the smaller ones are the ones that you can't find.
Yeah, they're the ones you actually will find it more difficult to source. But of course, within jewellery design, you want things to be a little more subtle for certain designs. If you're trying to create something quite elegant, especially in your polymer clay, for example, you want to have these more subtle cutters in these size. Now currently you can order them for $4.95, already the best value on the market, and this is because it's a Jewellery Maker product. So these are created by one of our suppliers solely for us, and so we already have a pretty incredible price of under £5. Let's do it. Let's do a clearance price. I hope you've already got involved. As I say, we only have a limited number. How many of these do we have? Finding out now. Down to $2.95. Wow. So that is the way to really maximise on the 1p&p per day that we offer here at Jewellery Maker. Because, I mean, if you've already taken advantage of some of the deals we've been offering you throughout the day, and you've paid your $2.95 for your P&P, I mean, that's a no-brainer really, isn't it?
Absolutely. I've just thought of another idea for them as well. Anybody out there who is into doing felt, wet felt or needle felting, dry felting, they're fantastic for that, because you just put a little bundle of felt inside that shape and then needle it, keep needling it till it firms.
Oh, inside
and then take it out, and you've
cutter.
got that shape in a square bead.
That's genius. So you could create little star felt beads,
yeah,
little
really
heart-shaped beads.
Yes.
In case you haven't seen the actual shapes you're getting here, you do get your circle, your rectangle, your star. I suppose you could say that's a 6-petaled flower, or it could be a snowflake. I suppose it depends what your interpretation of it is. You've got your oval, your heart, your teardrop, your marquise, your diamond, another little teardrop but a smaller size, your square and your triangle as part of this collection. You're getting it all right now for the clearance price of $2.95. It will only be available at this price for 60 minutes, just like all of our clearance prices. So, you know, regular viewers will be aware of that. And if you are shopping online, there is actually a visible timer, so it's counting down till the deal ends online. But, you know, if you are shopping with us maybe for the first time, if you're new to the channel, I can tell you now, this isn't the normal kind of pricing that we would offer you, but today is just a special day. We've been given a few...
To be honest, we're not really allowed to do that price, are we, Ed? We're not really allowed to put that on the screen. So no. I should just go for them quickly.
No, the normal price. What's wrong, producer Lynn? Explain to me. Okay, here we go. People are flying in. We've created a queue on the phone lines. They're starting to deal with the calls. Don't panic if you have entered a short queue. It is a free phone number. And here you go. $2.95. So, as I say, this deal, now that we've done the clearance price, will only be available for 60 minutes. But there could be a clearance deal any point throughout the show. $2.95 is our clearance price on the cutters this evening. They're flying out the door. As I say, that price point will be available for an hour. Okay, here we go. Of course, when I set a timer, I'll know when the clearance is going to come up next time. Where are we going on to then? Oh yeah, it's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Just setting another timer. So, yes, as I say, could be clearance deals throughout the show. We've already got some here, and there could be more coming down throughout the show. So who knows how many deals we'll have throughout the 4 hours. Right now, we're giving you a traditional star buy deal. And this is where we take a collection of items and we bundle them together so that we can give you a wholesale deal. That's exactly what we've done with these 2 strands. You've got your blue Aragonite and your gorgeous yellow quartz. I love this combination of colours. Works so well together. Quite a traditional combination of colours and very summery because you've got your sea and your sand.
Yeah, they're lovely colours. I mean, if you're a jewellery maker or you want to start making jewellery, then do experiment with these colours, because once you put them together, you actually think, whoa, that's a surprise. They actually, and that Spanish designer I'm talking about uses all these bright, real, strong colour.
Sort of primary colour tone.
Do their designs work?
The interesting thing that you mentioned, a Spanish designer there, because Aragonite is actually named after a Spanish town called Aragon. And that's where it was originally discovered.
I mean, I might be wrong, but I'm sure I heard Steve mention, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is this one of the gemstones that they find in caves?
I think they do find it in caves, and actually it's a type of calcite, but it forms in a different way to traditional calcite. It actually forms in sort of branch-like crystal structures, almost like plants.
So it's a very complex gemstone at the end of the day then, isn't it? You don't actually mine for it, you have to go looking for it in caves and things. That's amazing. That's
amazing, isn't it? Yeah. It's actually known as iron flowers.
That's beautiful.
Because of the way it forms in these plant-like crystal structures. So it's really impressive gemstone, and of course it takes on our dyeing process very well, so we can create these very vivid colours as Linda's describing there. And then look at this, I mean, it's sunshine yellow, isn't it? Faceted rounds and plain rounds here in a very significant size. These are your 12mm rounds of Aragonite, 380 carats plain rounds, and then you've got your yellow dyed quartz, which are 6mm faceted rounds, giving you 80 carats. Now we are going to give you a very, very special price point this evening, clearance prices throughout the show, but on our star buy deals we try to give you the best value we possibly can, and there it is, 2 strands for $7.95 this evening. I mean, that's faceted quartz. You've got your 6mm rounds, your 12mm rounds. Actually, the 2 sizes are very complementary to one another, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so. They're great to make sort of a circle with putting the yellow one on the inside. But that Aragonite is, it's almost like it's full of sparkle, full of glitter, isn't it?
It does look that way, doesn't it?
It's not just what do you call it? It's not just a dense gemstone. It's got something going on inside.
Yeah, the inclusions are very close to the surface of the gemstone, aren't they? And you're right, they almost make it sort of glisten, if you like, don't they? Sort of like when the sun hits the water, you get that glisten.
Right. Fantastic.
Amazing. $7.95, an incredible star buy opportunity. So if you are planning on taking advantage of your 1 P&P per day, then this is definitely an add it to your order item. Marvellous macaw. We get that, we can understand that, definitely, because of the colour tones you'd find on those gorgeous parrots. 12mm rounds of Aragonite, 6mm rounds of faceted yellow quartz, all available right now for less than £10, just $7.95. These are genuine gemstones, best value on the market, because that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We're moving on though, and have a look at this. This is the kind of design that you could create with those 2 strands. Absolutely beautiful. That shows you how well the size of the gemstones work together, and the colour combination. Rather gorgeous. Little bit of inspiration there, put together by Sue, one of our resident jewellery makers, puts together designs using our bundles, and use this one to great effect there. $7.95 is the star buy price this evening. We're moving on to so coming up at the top of the hour, Prehnite and lilac quartzite with your Clasps. So this is our next star buy, another wholesale bundle, another fantastic combination of colour tones and sizes.
Beautiful. Again,
your perfect rounds, because we've had so many requests for these over the last few weeks. Coming up in about 20 minutes time. Moving on then. Oh, I love this. Wow, this is like Tanzanite blue solar quartz. Linda's scowling at me as if to say, I've never seen those. I've seen that one before.
Yeah,
I knew it. So this is it. A lot of our designers work closely with the product team and the planning team to put together their own bundles for the shows, and so when they see something, really, everyone's a magpie at Jewellery Maker,
absolutely.
Aren't they?
It really is a pleasure to see these gemstones, though. It really is.
I mean, this is just incredible, because normally when we see the solar quartz, you don't get sort of traditional gemstone colour tones, do you? I mean, we've seen the watermelon is very popular, but I mean, that is a Tanzanite blue, isn't it?
That's beautiful. I mean, for me, I'd put that with the Aragonite.
I was just thinking that myself,
actually. And make I mean, the gemstones are sort of quite close in relationship, aren't they? And look how that solar quartz deepens into the centre.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautiful.
I think that's why people like solar quartz, isn't it? Because of the organic nature, the fact that you can see how the crystals come to fruition. And it actually starts off as a tiny little impurity in the centre of the gemstone, and then you'll find that the crystals actually form around this impurity, but they leave it there as almost like a little bookmark of where it began. It's just fantastic, and I think that sort of tells a story to your customers, or of course if you're creating jewelry designs to give as gifts, somebody's going to feel really special when you show them that you've really built a design around one gemstone with them in mind. I think that's just absolutely out of this world. 200 carats in total. On this particular strand, that means you get 2, 4, 6, 7 gemstones. I mean, all of these are large enough to be pendants, or I'm thinking, how about, you know, cocktail style rings? You wire work those, create a prong setting for those. Would that work?
I mean, if you're really clever and you wanted to make a most fantastic, you know, you with your cufflinks,
Oh, yeah.
Really fun. And I mean, I know they're going to be big, but you put the sort of toggle bit through the cuff.
Well, you've got these two.
Wouldn't they be fantastic? I mean, such a talking point.
They actually range from 22mm to 32mm. So the smaller ones. They do, don't they? They're absolutely gorgeous. Almost looks like a little organism. And right now you can actually order for $11.95. Now we haven't had too many opportunities to bring you these strands of solar quartz. We know how popular they are, but they do tend to fly out the door. $11.95 this evening for 200 carats, and they are very sizable pieces of gorgeous solar quartz. In fact, our late show audience has never previously had the opportunity to own this strand. It's only ever featured on the morning show.
Not my morning shows.
Bitter, Linda, missed out on this one. 200 carats in total for $11.95. Don't forget, if you want to take advantage of our clearance deal, we did take the 12-piece clay cutter to just $2.95, and details of that are just below me right now. We still have some stock available. We have just done an impromptu price reduction on the solar quartz. This is the beauty of working with producer Liam. He's very reactive. If he's not happy, if he doesn't see enough people on the phone lines, he takes the price down. He's just taken this down to £10. As ever, the clearance prices are only available for 60 minutes, and this is the lowest ever price for this strand of solar quartz. I mean, I can imagine this being a sellout deal at that price, because you don't want to miss out on the opportunity to own this gemstone. Certainly not for less than £10. Absolutely out of this world. That is another genuine clearance price this evening here on JewelleryMaker. We've never seen it before on the Late Show, and we take it straight to the lowest ever price. We're moving on, and we're going to give you some gorgeous shell pearl. Now don't forget, we do have the cultured pearl bundle coming up later in the show, but if you are looking for the uniformity of a perfect round, but you still want the sort of the essence of a pearl, you haven't got the same pearl essence, but you've got a similar effect from the nacre that's been used, I suppose.
I mean, for me, I appreciate both of them very much for their own individual characters, and shell pearl, you've just got that perfect round, and you've got that perfect sheen on it. You know, it's a shell pearl, but you know what? It's beautiful.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Absolutely beautiful.
I mean, you see on the street, most people are wearing
I don't like to see it
devalued
anyway, against the cultured pearl, to be honest, because it's just as beautiful in many ways.
It offers you something different.
It does.
You know, the cultured pearl is more of a link to nature and that organic,
that's right.
But this gives you the uniform, which I suppose is probably a little bit easier to work with.
Yeah. Well, yes, exactly, and it just comes in such pretty colours. Fantastic for bridal wear, occasion wear. Lovely.
This was actually the colour my mum wore to my sister's wedding, so it could be good for mother of the bride, couldn't it?
That very pale pastel blue is just divine.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. And 12mm rounds here, so again a significant size, so you could use these as the focal point of a design, or of course if you are going to create a sort of showcase piece, you could use these as alongside other, you know, significantly sized gemstones.
Well, I've mixed and matched, to be honest, shell pearl and culture pearl, and they're
so
fantastic.
You put them together?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely put them together.
How about this then? Because this comes from our pearl bundle later in the show.
You get that bite. I mean,
you like that?
Yeah, I do.
The purple
I love
and
it.
the pale blues
Absolutely
together.
Love it.
Actually, this is quite similar to a bundle that Liam put together last night with the apatite and the amethyst. This is sort of like the pearl version of it. Love this. That's a great combination. That pearl bundle coming up at 7:30 p.m. We are going to bring you a ridiculous price point as ever, $6.95. Oh, if you took advantage of the shell pearl that they brought you in the mid-show, the inspiration show, they brought you the silver variety, didn't they, for the same price? So you could really maximise on your 1p&p, and actually that would be a fantastic combination, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah. I was just about to say the pale blue and silver would be a fabulous combination, wouldn't it? Can you imagine that with a little black or a little chocolate brown dress? Looks stunning.
Oh yeah, amazing.
Stunning.
And I think they were talking about the idea of just creating single, you know, solitaire pearl rings using the shell pearl. It's really sort of on-trend look, isn't it?
And I know that you're a big advocate. Well, I can't say that word, so I won't say it. But you love stretches, and shell pearl make lovely stretchy bracelets.
The best and most easiest way to get started with the hobby.
Yeah. It's quite difficult to put a cultured pearl onto elastic. You probably can't get it through the hole, but shell pearl you can.
There you go. So there you go. If you want to make sort of an everyday piece and you know, you just need an extra piece of jewellery to wear with an outfit as you're going out the door. Bit of elastic, strand of shell pearls, massive impact.
Beautiful.
And you can do it in seconds. You wouldn't be able to do that.
Drop a little charm
on
it.
we brought some charms last week. I don't know if you saw them, but we launched a new range, a limited edition range. So if you got hold of the charms, you could just hang one of those off. We're going to move on. Okie dokie. And we're now going to bring you gorgeous smoky quartz. And these are, again, quite a significant size. We'll get offering you huge carat weights this evening here on JewelleryMaker. Of course, the benefit of that to jewellery makers is that you can be a little more sparing with the number of gemstones you put into your design, because you can still be confident that you're putting a decent carat weight into the design. I mean, the depth of colour here, you were just saying about chocolate brown dresses. I mean, this is a genuine sort of chocolate brown tone, isn't it? That saturation. You do get gorgeous clarity on the gemstones, but because of the depth of colour, just have a look at that lustre. The way they're sparkling when the light hits the surface. Incredible, look at that.
And they are not doing it for the camera. They're not behaving for the camera like we can see them.
No,
I mean,
absolutely.
Honestly, when you put them on the desk, then it was just sheer sparkle.
The light dispersion, yeah, it was incredible, wasn't it? I totally agree. But actually, that lustre, I suppose, is one of the gemstone qualities that people associate with sophistication and evening wear. And a lot of people are saying that you could use these instead of jet black gemstones to soften the design a little.
That's right, yeah, just a little bit softer.
So there you go,
very
gorgeous.
Classy, though, very sophisticated.
Yeah, absolutely. And a good variation of sizes there. They range from 9mm up to 15mm, don't they? So that gives you your matching earrings and pendant duo, perhaps. Or, of course, you might have a more elaborate design in mind, because I can imagine sort of one of those almost sort of crazy paving wirework showcase.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit like Frankie did on her challenge in the mid-show. She did like a talk, and she had signatic quartz coming down in its sizes just on the one, and then carried on further up the neckline in a different gemstone. Well, if you graduated those just from, say, collarbone down to sort of the point at which you want your necklace to sit, and drop them down like that, and then perhaps just go up in with some smoky quartz rounds, or even those beautiful gold spacer beads.
Oh yes,
that you
the
put
gold
on
spacer
there.
beads. Now I think
that would be
the chocolate browns and smoky
that's
quartz.
a gemstone and a gemstone shape that will inspire you to make the piece of jewellery that you haven't made yet.
Yes, absolutely. So, this is what we were talking about with Hannah on Sunday. So you're saying the gemstone's talking to you?
Oh, without a doubt, of course they do.
There you go. So we were talking about the idea of the gemstone leading you through the creative process, because it's such an inspirational look, if you like, and Linda's definitely attributing that to this particular strand. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, some of the highest quality smoky quartz we've ever been able to bring you. We've only actually launched this strand recently. We're only down to limited availability, but tonight we're going to launch the match. We're going to launch the match price. There you go. We've launched the match price at $11.95, handing you back the equivalent of your P&P. So this has only ever been on the channel once before this evening, and we've already got the last of stock.
Yeah, yes.
But at least we've launched the match price.
You've launched the match price.
$11.95, and that's the equivalent of giving you back your P&P. So there you go. If we take that away, then we really are making it a risk-free shopping experience, aren't we? You can get this home, especially if you've already paid a P&P, because now you're getting it handed back to you. Well, probably for a gemstone that I think a lot of designers will want to have in their collection anyway.
Yeah, and as I've said before, once you see a strand come out of your little box and it's got a tassel on it, you know straight away that that's an upmarket strand. It's one of the best of its, you know, brothers and sisters, really, because they wouldn't bother to put a tassel on something otherwise, would they? Unless it is a bit more classy in some respects.
I've got a little thing at the moment for matching up pinks with colours, and I think the browns and the pinks work quite well together.
I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't have thought of that, but looking at it together now, is that quartzite?
Yeah, that's the quartzite.
Looking at that with that smoky quartz is just delicious.
Although I have to say, this quartzite is seriously, it's a wannabe, isn't it?
Definitely.
Because how much does it look like kunzite?
Yeah, it's a definite wannabe, that one is, yeah.
It looks exactly like the kunzite rounds that we actually have had here in the past. So gorgeous finish to those gemstones, but I just like that combination. Chocolate browns, and we've given you the original launch price of $11.95, but it'll only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes or while stocks last. Oh my word, look at this. If you got hold of that pyrite, here it is. This is the strand. I hadn't even seen this. This is the strand I'd match up with the purple pyrites. Amethyst rondelles is what I was thinking of. I was actually thinking of the more delicate cuts, but now that I see them together, you can make a real feature of the amethyst now as well. Again, they range in size, this time from 6x3 up to 10x5, giving you 90 carats in total. Such a rich saturation of colour. It's fairly unbelievable, really. Look at that. This is the colour tone that people associate with amethyst, one of the most well-known gemstones, well, on the planet really, but particularly within the bespoke jewellery sector. Amethyst is where it's at. I think that's a gorgeous combination, and actually once again you could easily match them up with the gold-plated spacer beads.
Definitely.
Purples and golds work really well together as well, don't they? Unbelievable quality here. Because as I say, this is the colour which I think most people associate with amethyst. It's basically, it's amethyst purple.
Yeah, yeah, I was just about to say, that's if you said to somebody, say you're doing a survey in the street and they said to you, you said to them, you know, choose amethyst out of these various colours of lilacs to purples, and there's immediately...
This is the one they go for.
Yeah, because that's what you expect from amethyst.
Absolutely. And also, the other thing is, if you used any other gemstone, they might not have a clue, but you know most people will know amethyst as well because it's so well known. Wow, look at it there. You can really see the effect of the faceting. It is so sparkly once again. The light is just cascading across the surface of the gemstone because of where the facets have been placed on the outer extremity of the rondelle. Oh, wow. That is how you enhance Mother Nature's work, isn't it there? The lapidrist absolutely taking this gemstone onto the next level. 90 carats in total. Coming from our Gems of Distinction range, if you're not aware of that, it's our elite range of gemstones and the best possible quality we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker. 90 carats, and here comes your price. Again, $11.95. It's just completely unheard of for these kind of carat weights, isn't it? Of course, when you're talking about gemstones of this quality, which I would say, in all honesty, I'd have no problem setting into 9 carat gold, at least. So if you're setting these with, you know, base metal, you can really create some affordable jewellery. But I think because of the quality, I would probably reserve these for my gold-plated sterling silver, or even just sterling silver at least.
Definitely,
that's
yeah.
how
I mean,
would use
yes, absolutely. I mean, the one deserves the other, doesn't it? There.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Would it go with the rounds that we've got coming up at 7 p.m? Because those are only an hour away.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rounds will go with anything, any shape.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what makes them so
really
versatile and sought after, the rounds. The fact they go with all of the more elaborate
so we just can't get enough rounds. They just come in and shoot out again. Yeah, but that would be perfect. If you could imagine a little cluster of the rondelles and then a round and then a cluster of the rondelles. Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Vice versa. It just makes a difference.
So you're just using one of the cuts to break up.
Yeah,
the
sort of have the same one around the neckline and then have a tumble of the other from a centre in a little sort of tassel.
Varying lengths of chain.
Yeah, definitely. With the
that's good as well, because then you get the effect of the faceting, because you have a bit of movement as well. Fantastic. So the rondelles currently available for $11.95. I think that's pretty much an add it to your order price when you consider what you're getting, because those are going to lead to sales. People are going to be aware of the gemstone, they're going to see the quality, and I think that you could even end up getting a few personal commissions if you're working with amethyst of this quality. We're going to move on. We've got a few more deals to fit in before we bring you our next star buy. Oh, I like this as well. Now this is more of an organic finish to the gemstone, but the natural colour tone you'd associate with pyrite. Pyrite, of course, is traditionally known as fool's gold, and it's because it forms in this colour tone and has been mistaken for gold so many times. And actually, we're fortunate enough to have this huge piece of rough so we can show you exactly how the crystal forms. It actually has the same crystal structure as a diamond, six-sided sort of isometric crystal shape, once it's been cut of course, and as a result you get the same refractive index as you do with a diamond. So because it's an opaque gemstone, well actually it's got this metallic finish, you get so much sparkle, don't you? I mean, look at that. And then have a look at this. Because of the way it's been cut so irregular, it looks so natural, doesn't it? It looks like it's literally how it's formed. I mean, you can see. Now you see it,
yes.
Now you don't. It's blended in so perfectly. Oh, I'm like Dynamo. He's a famous magician if you don't know that reference is, sorry. Here we go. So this again comes from our Gems of Distinction range, but have a look at the price point. That is an add it to your order price for pyrite. And as I said, there's a lot of stylists out there at the moment who are using these more irregular, dynamic, angled shapes, if you like. That's probably not quite the right word, but you know what I'm saying. You know, they've got those sharp angles to the cuts.
It sort of lends itself to a sort of dramatic piece, doesn't it, really?
Yes.
And there's not many metallic gemstones.
No.
There's like hematite, pyrite.
That's about it,
that's
really,
about
isn't
it,
it?
really,
You start to run out then, don't you?
Yeah, and it's also, it crosses the genders. It's
yes,
masculine and
that's
feminine.
the other benefit.
Yeah,
yes, it's
yeah.
very, very versatile because pyrite's one of those gemstones that does get used heavily in masculine jewellery designs, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So again, when you're thinking about getting hold of gemstones transfers here at JewelleryMaker, one of the key considerations is the amount of options it offers you as a designer, I suppose, the amount of design scope you have. And with something like this, because it offers you so many variations, because you've got the metallic tone, you've got the fact that it'll work in evening wear or everyday pieces, the fact that it'll work in female designs and masculine designs. So it's really sort of ticking off every box that we consider as a bespoke jewellery designer. Gorgeous pyrite, and right now you can add it to your order for £6.95. Another add it to your order price this evening, and we're going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Okay, and we're going to actually bring you the thread zapper. Now this would be really useful for anybody who was shopping with us yesterday, because we had a lot of cord bundles on the show, didn't we? And so we were focused heavily on sort of macrame and kumihimo techniques, because we had Mark Rame here. And but you do a little bit of work with the materials as well,
yes,
don't you?
exactly.
I mean,
I do some macrame and soutache and that, and it's absolutely brilliant for that, because effectively it's a very quick process. You just pop it on, and you can see it's got red just across those little filaments at the top, and then you just zap whatever you're using. I'll tell you what it's brilliant for if you're using ribbon, because it stops it from fraying. Well, it stops everything from fraying.
Yes.
Which is
ribbon
jolly,
notoriously phrased,
and then
it,
you haven't got the problem of having a big globule of glue or something trying to stop that
that's
happening.
true,
and
because
the
I suppose
if
if you're trying to improve the finish, sometimes you can do more harm.
Of course you can, because you get into those little narrow areas that you want to get in. You might drop a blob of glue somewhere else, least of all on your settee or something. But that will just hit the spot, as it were. It's a really, really useful piece of kit, dare I say.
Yeah, I would say it's one of those tools that actually, you know, if you're starting to sell your designs, if you want to be treated like a professional, you need to have the right tools for the job, and this improves the finish.
That's right, it quickens up the process, but it makes the process a lot more trustworthy, you see what I mean? Because it does a specific job.
Yeah. It does what it says on the tin,
exactly.
as they say.
Yeah, exactly.
The old marketing campaign for a DIY supplier. Yeah. But it does, you know, that's the thing. And you can see here how easy it is to use. But unfortunately, this is such a popular tool. So many people getting involved with the likes of macrame and kumihimo that we're actually down to single figures of availability on the thread zapper now. You know, I'm sure that this will be, you know, reordered. It'll be back in stock again very, very soon. But if this is something that you're looking to get into your collection, I would act now, because it looks like it's going to run out, and then, well, could be in the next few minutes or so, for all I know. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you, because it is now time to bring you yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and once again we're bringing you a wholesale clearance deal. So we've taken a collection of items from our website and we've bundled them together to create a discount deal. Now, all of our bundles are only available for 60 minutes, and here you go, necklace perfection. And you can see why, because once again we focused on the perfect rounds, so it's going to be very, very easy to work with. You've got your 12mm rounds of your lilac quartzite. Those are, again, a huge impact on your designs, not just because of the size, but just have a look at that colour tone. I mean, for me, I'm just seeing kunzite all over that strand when I'm looking at it. That's, maybe I'm just desperate to see those colour tones, but it really does look like the kind of sort of silk-like inclusions that you find on kunzite as well. Gorgeous. And then you've got your Prehnite. Now, we discussed this yesterday evening, because we had this same combination, but it's almost like, you know, little rosebuds when you combine them together, and you could easily just, I suppose, alternate between the 12mm of the lilac, I was going to say kunzite then, lilac quartzite, and the 8mm of the Prehnite. Would you say that's a design?
Definitely. I mean, I can see making a really pretty charm bracelet, the Prehnite and the kunzite. So you've got me at it now. The quartzite together, or a little charm. I call charm necklaces. You don't necessarily, you out there might not necessarily see that as a working together, you know. But this is like a stash builder. But I can very much see them working, because I advocate that no gemstone won't work with, you know, no gemstone, as it were. You know, it's there's a partner.
Well, I agree with you. And not only that, I actually do think this is a great combination.
So too. If you imagine, if you put the quartzite into sort of flowers, little rounds and things, and then pop the Prehnite.
I would
around.
use the Prehnite as
quartzite,
little leaves.
when I was in China a couple of 3 years ago, it's so revered over there.
Really?
Very much so. Yeah. I mean, I opened my eyes hugely how they revere quartzite and jadeite. Yeah, very much so.
I think one of the reasons for that is that it's a slightly denser gemstone, and so they do a lot of carvings over there, don't they? And they would really probably use the likes of jadeite, quartzite to create those carvings, which are often more revered than jewellery designs in that part of the world, the carvings.
Yeah, definitely.
So maybe that's why. But also, that does offer you a benefit as a jewellery maker, because it's a little denser. You can be a bit more robust in your approach, particularly if you're doing a bit of wire work, for example, I suppose.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I don't work, I'm not a wire worker, but I can see what I would do. I would probably make a frame from some 1mm wire, and just sort of an organic frame, and then start working those. That's how the two colours together would work for me, working them in the frame. Yeah,
that's a great idea. That's not all you get, because you also get your sterling silver bolt ring clasps, and they're the large ones as well. So actually you could create some quite gem heavy pieces, because the bolt ring clasps are perfect for those more gem heavy pieces. They're very solid fastening to your design, aren't they? Now you've got two clasps in here. There you go, that's a much better image. So you get two of these. They are sterling silver, so once again the opportunity to work with precious metals as well, and potentially achieve those higher price points. In fact, a lot of people saying that when they're working now with sterling silver instead of the base metals, their customers are expecting to pay a premium. So in many respects, you can actually end up achieving higher price points than people are prepared to pay on the high street. If you want to get involved with this, you need to be dialing that free phone number, because, well, basically the value is so ridiculous. £10 for 2 strands of gemstones, your 12mm lilac quartzite, and your 8mm Prehnite. And it's basically like getting your sterling silver clasp for free.
Well,
Unbelievable.
I saw that. I saw one or the other free. Either the gemstones are free, or the.
I suppose.
Yeah, definitely, because you'd certainly pay
It's probably even better than that, actually, because you probably wouldn't be able to get both the gemstone strands for £10
clasp, I don't
normally.
think you'd struggle to find that quality for £9.95, just those 2 clasps alone.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I personally think this is a fantastic combination together, but as Linda says, always important to continually sort of freshen up your gemstone stash, because that's what inspires your designs, isn't it?
Yes.
And so, I mean, particularly when you're getting these essential findings in precious metals, sterling, silver, bolt ring clasps, they're an essential. And then you've got 2 essential colour tones, really, because these are some of the most feminine gemstones available, and these are probably as close to an organic sort of Mother Nature offering as you can hope.
They're one of the versatile gemstones, Prehnite, for me.
Well, you've got those gorgeous multi-tonal greens because of the little inclusions in there. Absolutely incredible. Look at those. I mean, those are almost like rutilations, same as we'd see in rutile quartz. Absolutely
they're
gorgeous.
The green Jackson Pollock gemstone, but you're quite right.
8mm rounds of Prehnite. Okay, I've got to bring that one to a close, I'm afraid. Flying in on the phone lines to get hold of that one. And don't forget, clearance deals throughout the show could come up at any time. We are going to move on, and actually we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more impromptu clearance deals, so don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. Very exciting evening because we have impromptu clearance deals throughout and inspiration from luscious Linda. I should just let any new buyers know that basically about 2 years ago I was presenting a show. I think it's just because somebody hadn't turned up. They were ill or what have you. Right. I was still the manager, and so I was presenting the Sunday show with you, and you let me into the secret that your nickname when you were a little younger was Luscious Linda.
Yeah, that was when, that was when I was with the, in a little band called the Dorridge Strolling Players. And
in a little band?
Well, not a band, no, a band of impromptu, we used to do sort of little bits and bobs at
basically
parties.
The people you used to drink with.
We used to just mess about, that's right, just mess about, totally mess about. And one day I got this part called, the name was Luscious, and it stuck.
There you go.
There you go.
And understandably.
Thanks.
Now, yes, so we got lots of clearance deals to bring you. Now, some of them we're aware of, and we have here in the studio, I believe. I think Pete's got them. And others are still being brought down to us by the management. So there could be a clearance deal at any point, but the ones we've got, I get to decide when they're coming up. So I'm going to set another alarm, and when it sounds, we're going to do the next clearance deal. And so my producer doesn't like this because I'm in charge of it. But don't worry, because producer Liam is still in charge of all of the pricing. And he is a bit of a maverick, you know, when it comes to prices, Linda. You'll get to learn.
So I've been told, yes, to expect the unexpected.
I've started the timer.
Right.
So nobody else knows except for me when the deal's coming up, and I don't know what the deal's going to be, because it could be one of the ones we got, it could be a new one that arrives. Oh, there's a bag full. There's a bag full of clearance deals to bring you throughout the show. This is exciting stuff. Okay, but let me show you our premiere strands once again. We're going to launch one of these at the top of the hour. I think the amethyst is coming up at 7 p.m. and the citrine is coming up as our superstar bar around about 8:45. Gorgeous combination together as well. Yeah. So high end. And as Linda points out, Mother Nature felt that these were beautiful enough to put together in the form of ametrine. So you can't go wrong if you're adding both of those to your order this evening. Not. Both coming from our Gems of Distinction range, the best possible quality we can source for you, and the citrine in particular coming from our cut collection. These have been cut by some of our most experienced lapidarists. They are out of this world. But before that, we're going to focus on bringing you more incredible deals. Where are we starting? Ooh, now we've already made reference to these rosary link style chains, but of course, to create the rosary links is very, very time consuming, isn't it? With the wire work.
I'm doing it now.
Oh, you actually created
them? I'm doing it now,
so
yes, and it's taken me 15 minutes to, and not very well done, to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 together.
What have you got there? About a 15 centimetre length?
Yeah.
And it's taking about 15 minutes. About a minute per link, you would say.
Yeah, and they're not as beautifully done. Those are much tinier.
I mean, these are very, very fine, aren't they?
Spot on, those are, yes.
I mean, again, I think they're perfect for probably evening wear, just for that reason. But actually, I suppose you could use these as extended chains on your designs.
Yes.
Maybe just 2 inches of this on the end.
Yeah, I mean, never forget that, you know, you can't see the back of your head or the back of your back, basically, but somebody else can. And to have that little touch is really quite sophisticated.
Yeah, it's a little extra touch, isn't it? And of course, it's a great way to add value into the design without having to put any work in, really, because all of the work's been done for you here. These are hand wrapped rosary links, but it's all been done for you, and in between each gold plated sterling silver link is a little faceted aquamarine. I mean, can you imagine creating a piece of birthstone jewellery for somebody whose birthday falls in March and using this just as the extender chain? Because we've seen some fantastic quality of aquamarine over the last few weeks, and I know that it's sort of been catapulted into many people's favourite. Mark last night was saying it's knocked labradorite off the top spot for him because the quality of the aquamarine's getting so good. Linda, have you worked much with the aquamarine we're sourcing currently?
Yes, I mean, it's stunning. It's absolutely stunning. But I can recall the first time we started doing these gemstone chains, and the chains were probably about 9, 10 inches.
Oh, I remember
They
those,
weren't even long enough to make a necklace from.
Right.
You got a metre now.
I mean, you've got a whole metre. Exactly right. Do you know what? That's another indication of how we've expanded as a company over the last 4 years, because not only can we now bring you much higher quality in the gemstones, but also better value, because, well, basically, thanks to your loyal custom, we've become more of a player in the industry, and so now we've got suppliers clamouring to work with us, and of course they offer us even more competitive prices, even better value. So where we would have been offering you 9 inches, say 2 years ago, we can now bring you a metre length. Probably not too dissimilar in price either.
Well, looking at the price that's on screen at the moment, I think the first chains we had were around that price.
I've got something in my head, and I could still be wrong, but I think they might have been 18.95.
They're certainly in double figures.
Something like that. I think they were 19.95 maybe for those original.
And I suppose they were dependent on the gemstone as well.
That was very true, yeah. Because I remember doing a black spinel one at around about that price point. Yeah. But you know, aquamarine, far more revered than spinel. We can now bring you a metre for $24.95. Some people coming in for that chain, very, very popular at the moment here at JewelleryMaker, and we'll leave that one with you. We're going to move along. Oh, it's a shame I'm not wearing the cufflinks that were made for me by an audience member. Have you seen my cufflinks?
No, I haven't.
Gorgeous cufflinks. This cut, this colour, slightly larger gemstones in my cufflinks, but I suppose for necklace and bracelet designs, you don't necessarily want that real impact. So with a cufflink, you only need one gemstone. Exactly. And it needs to cover the size of the buttonhole. But when you're creating more feminine jewellery designs, this smaller size will probably fit the bill even better.
Yeah, well, they could make ladies' cufflinks, couldn't they?
Yes. Do you know what? I was just talking to producer Liam about this the other day, because I've got to become a little bit of a cufflink connoisseur over the last few weeks. And I've been shopping, and I thought to myself, you know, look at all this huge array of, you know, women's jewellery, whether it be gemstone jewellery, fashion jewellery. And I was thinking, well, at least we've got cufflinks. So I went into this department store. There was just as many ladies' cufflink designs as there were men's.
Yeah, there's a men's tailor beginning with P. My husband has his shirts and sweaters from there, and when I went in there to pick up a sweater he'd ordered, I was absolutely stoked. They did ladies' shirts, you know, really beautiful linen, beautiful shirts to wear with trousers and that, and they got a range of ladies' cufflinks.
Yeah, I was a bit put out, to be honest. We don't get anything. I suppose the luxury market is more aimed at women, because it looks better on them. That's what it is. That's the bottom line. And yeah, I suppose it's to do with current trends. I suppose, you know, back in the day you might not have had as many career women as you have today. Perhaps but now people are power dressing. Well, actually, I suppose the most powerful people in the world are women.
Of course they are, Ed. Of course.
And so if you want to power dress, or even just make an impact, even if you are, maybe you're a lady who lunches, but you still want to look the part when you're going to your...
Well, it's just a finishing touch.
Yeah, totally.
Just that little extra bit of thought.
Gorgeous, especially because, again, a lot of the work's done for you here. Yeah. They've been carved into these very uniform 5-petal flowers, and all of the character for your design is going to come from the actual carving rather than anything else, I would imagine. So you don't need to do a lot of work to make a huge impact.
No, when you've got a gemstone like that that's been specifically cut, then it's probably better to keep it simple.
Yeah. And let it do the talking for you.
That's right, yeah, definitely. Okay. Put a little round spacer between them. You could wire wrap them into a bigger flower shape. Make just one on each ear dangling.
I'm thinking if you're new to wire work, you could actually use the little indentations as your prong settings and create ring designs.
Yes, you can.
I suppose then you're really maximising on the profitability of the strand. Yeah. It's available right now for $6.95. I mean, just one of those in a ring design, even if you did want to make it affordable and create maybe a £5 price point for a ring, I mean, you're going to make your money back. Well, you're going to make profit off just 2 gemstones. What's your idea, Sam?
It's not my idea, but there's a lady on the JewelleryMaker Facebook.
A lady on Facebook?
That attached to her glasses.
Yeah.
And it was very fancy.
I was actually talking about this yesterday, Sam, when you were on your break. I was saying that at a craft fair I went to recently, the biggest seller on this one stall was the glasses chains. for people so they don't lose their glasses. And
so that's another thing that gemstone chain that we've just had on could be used for, of course. And do you know what? You can be, when you're a jewellery maker, you can actually split, say, that gemstone chain. You can split it and pop just one of those in. Pop one of those little flowers in the chain.
Right.
You never need to waste any of the gemstones in the chain because you can always remake that rosary link through the little gemstone, through that aquamarine, and just pop one in. Beautiful. On an asymmetric look. Fabulous.
There you go. That's gorgeous, actually. I didn't expect the sort of icy blues and the pastel pinks to work so well, but they do. Brilliant. Okay, we're going to move on. Okay. Oh, wow. We have got some fantastic quality of moonstone in this building. Have a look at this. The flash of electric blue I just saw. Have a look at this. Now this is the optical effect that makes rainbow moonstone so popular today, but what has made it popular for thousands of years, originally set into jewelry design since 100 AD. The ancient Romans actually discovered this gemstone, and when they found it, obviously they weren't as up to speed with the scientific side of things, and so they actually believed that these were shards of moonlight. That's the clearance klaxon is sounding. So after this, we will bring you our next clearance deal, and have a look at this. This has only been on air once before, and as I say, the ancient Romans believed that these were actually shards of moonlight placed there by the lunar gods, and that's why it takes the name moonstone. So there you go. A fantastic sort of legacy attached to the gemstone, and actually, despite the fact that we now understand the reasons for this optical phenomenon, we still revere it for the exact same reason. We still love the sort of mystique that is added to the gemstone from those flashes of colour that emanate from the centre of the gemstone. And look at that. Traditionally, you're getting a lot of blue tones in here, but we have got purples, greens, and actually on some of these gemstones, we're even getting little flashes of gold and apricot. Absolutely adds this world. And it's actually enhanced by the faceting on the surface of the gemstone. It's helping to sort of disperse that colour play, if you like. Depends which angle I hold it at towards the light. It's going to move differently within different gemstones. You see that on the tip there? Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Almost a grid-like structure inside the gemstone that's allowing the light to move at different angles and create this colour play. This, again, does come from our Gems of Distinction range. Some of the most fantastic quality rainbow moonstone we can source for you. Very elegant finish from the elongation on the cut here. They range in size from 50mm up to 30mm in size, so the largest of which is going to be a real feature pendant. I wonder, look at that violet tone in the centre of that gemstone. I mean, you can understand why somebody who doesn't necessarily have the same depth of knowledge that you do about gemstones really being enamoured by this and totally falling in love with your design and the gemstone, because it'll be the first time they've potentially experienced the look.
I mean, I've said it before, but there's no way that you can make that look.
No.
You can't manufacture that. It's just impossible.
Yeah, there's
no doubting that that is some type of a gemstone, even if you don't know what it is.
There's no glass bead that can do this unless
no
you put an LED, put a selection of LEDs inside a piece of glass. That's sort of what it looks like, isn't it? It's like there's a little disco going on inside there. Absolutely gorgeous. And right now we're about to bring you a very exciting price point, only available once before today. Right now you can add it to order for $37.95. Just have a look at that, and also look at the depth of the gemstone.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous carat weight on each and every gemstone. This is one of the smallest on the strand, and just look at that. I'm just using this because it's easier to show you the agilurescence in the studio, just because of the way it's reacting to the lights, this specific gemstone. When you get it in daylight, you're going to see this in all of them. In fact, I can pick the largest one. You can see, there you go, that violet hue through the centre. $37.95. Now, I understand that people could get a little desensitized to the prices here at JewelleryMaker, because often when we're bringing you these big wholesale bundles and it's working out at something like $7.95 per strand, I understand why people can start to associate those price points with genuine gemstones. But when you're thinking about top quality rainbow moonstone in these kind of carat weights, you are getting something very special at that price point. Huge carat weights here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gemstones, giving you over 200 carats. So that means that on average you've got 20 carats in each gemstone, but that's really not accurate, because the difference in size between the smallest and the largest, I mean, you could be talking about something like, say, 40, 50 carats on that central stone. I mean, that is a serious offering. And if people are commissioning bespoke jewellery designs, they want to know that you're able to source genuine gemstones, but they want to hold their jewellery design up to the same criteria that a master jeweller would. They want carat weight, they want clarity, they want, you know, colour, and they want a gorgeous cut, and that's what they've got here.
So you've got in the family or within friends, you've got a winter wedding coming up. I mean, if you made a tiara and had made a frame, and then just in the centre have that as a dangle drop.
Wow,
in the centre. You know, it can be quite discreet, but you've just got that one moonstone. If it's a winter wedding, and then you could have 2 of the smaller ones, one either side on your ear, perhaps. That's all you would need. You wouldn't even need the necklace, because you've got that beautiful centre drop. I mean, that is so beautiful, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. $37.95, a gems of distinction strand of rainbow moonstone, possibly one of the most impressive strands we've ever been able to bring you in that gemstone. I do have to leave that one with you though, because we're bringing you a clearance deal. We heard the klaxon sound, didn't we? Now here we go. What, we're not doing a double on this though? Wow. We normally give you like over 500 beads in one pack. Wow, so tonight you're going to get well over 1,000. Oh no, it's close to 2,000. Wow, okay, I underestimated it. Oh yes, I think you get something like 980, yeah. Clues in the doubling to give you 1,960. So normally you get 890. Tonight, 980. Come on, brain. Kick in, would you? Right, a clearance deal. We've doubled these up, which means that you're going to get a huge number of beads here, just short of 2,000, and you've got your gold flash copper 2mm beads. $7.95. That's what you'd normally pay for 980 any other day. So it's literally a buy one get one free deal, but on one of our biggest wholesale deals anyway. I mean, that is surely... Oh right, I thought they were talking to me then. They're saying bog off in my ear. I was thinking we're only halfway through the show. You buy one, you get one free. Right, $7.95, so under £10 for 1,960 spacer beads, or of course I'm thinking about micro macrame designs.
Yeah, I was just going along those lines. I mean, they are so useful. If you haven't used them before, then I urge you to get them, because you'll never want to be without them ever again, because they're so useful for any jewellery design. Least of all, sewing into little collars, or sewing into, I mean, we've got a lace launch coming up, a feather launch coming up, and sewing onto those. Those little tiny accents are absolutely invaluable.
There you go.
They really are.
So this is a key thing that I'm starting to learn from crafters, is that it's always important to sort of plan ahead. Think about your next move, if you like. And if we've got a lot of techniques that we're about to launch that offer you the opportunity to do maybe a little bit of embroidery or sewing. There's a lot of crafters out there who are really going to enjoy that side of things.
Yes.
These are the perfect accompaniment, aren't they?
Without a doubt, and certainly for my soutache designs, those tiny little ones within, you know, 2 layers of soutache are just so beautiful. They just,
that's going to look really high end as well.
They can look really high end. They tend to, I mean, let's say we're using them on a necklace with a gemstone. They just highlight the gemstone for you. But they're really valuable on their own as well.
So you've got the opportunity to add value, because of course you've got the gold flash copper, but at the same time they're not going to detract from the gemstone because they're a metal.
You add value within your design because your design is enhanced just by using them.
Yes, I understand. Absolutely, and I suppose when you're getting this kind of value as well.
Oh, 2,000, I mean, for goodness sake.
1,960 BT for $7.95. It's a buy one, get one free deal, but it's only available for 60 minutes at that price point. So maybe, you know, somebody's not tuned in right now, you could actually add that to your order for them. You're
I honestly, I can't say too avidly that if you've not used them, try them, because you will never want to be without them.
Absolutely. Okay, sorry, my producer's just telling me that another clearance deal has just been brought into the room, so he's going to be in charge of when that one comes in, because I don't know anything about it. So there we go. Another deal could come up any time. He'll let me know. Right now, though, we're going to bring you the other opportunity to bring you the alternative, the coated variety of the black onyx, if you like. Now, we had this last week, and we were saying that this is probably one of the most impressive strands of onyx we've ever seen, because it gives you so many design opportunities. It's almost like a navy blue tone.
From here it looks like black diamond.
There you go, that's so what you want.
Special.
That is what you want from your black onyx. You want it to be confused with black diamonds. I believe it's had a coating like mustard done to bring this colour tone and this sparkle on the surface. It's a classic strand, isn't it? It's like pearls. Pearls are classic, black onyx is classic. How about mixing this with pearls?
Oh, definitely.
We've got that pearl bundle coming up at 7:30. That's only an hour away.
I know.
Time flies when you're having fun with Luscious Linda. Have a look at that for a bit of a monochrome look.
Yeah,
I love that.
Sort of really a timeless look, isn't it? You can't go wrong.
Yes.
Can't go wrong.
That's the exact description of those two combined gems, isn't it? Timeless elegance, gorgeous. You've got your classic white pearls and your coated black onyx. I mean, it says black onyx, but I have to be honest, because of the actual coating, it is a sort of maybe a gunmetal. I'm actually getting a sort of navy blue tone from it. I don't know if that's my eyes or what.
No, I think what's happening is the light bouncing off of it. It's soaking in light that's
maybe it's
around
reflecting
you.
my shirt.
You've got all the prism. You know, light. The prisms are made up of all the 7 colours of the rainbow, and they're bouncing off for me.
It's gorgeous. Right now, you can add it to your order for $6.95. I have to warn you, I only have a limited number available on this strand. It has been a pick of the week. Very, very popular when it was launched, and we only have a limited number available now. Oh, in fact, we're now down to single figures of availability. Just goes to show you how busy we are this evening, and I know why. Because Linda's here. It's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy. On this occasion, we've bundled together some of maybe more niche items. This might be your opportunity to actually take the plunge and be a little more experimental and maybe start to introduce a bit of friendly plastic into your designs. Now, what we've done is we've bundled together 5 different strips of the friendly plastic. And so you get the traditional silver and gold strips. And these go an awfully long way when using the designs. If maybe you're looking at this and you're thinking, I've never heard of friendly plastic, go on to our website. We'll give you a little breakdown, and there's plenty of tutorial videos. Yeah, I mean, Liz Welsh, the most fantastic friendly plastic work I've ever met. She's so experienced and so talented, really.
Absolutely. She does drama. She works for drama groups.
Does she?
You know, semi-professional drama.
That makes sense actually now. But I have such a giggle with Liz.
She's fabulous.
And she's such a buoyant character, shall we say. She's just so like bouncy whenever I meet her. She's in a good mood.
She's always exactly the same.
Yeah.
Always.
She's always in a good mood whenever I meet her. Maybe that's just the effect I have on women, Linda.
I know, Ed, I know. Yeah.
No. She's saying no. Never put you in a good mood, no?
Oh, I'm always in a good mood when I can feel the vibes. Especially when you came in on your bike this afternoon.
I was too sweaty to give Linda a hug when I arrived because I cycled here today. And check out these, because we've also included the laser mesh for your friendly plastic. Now this is effectively textured friendly plastic. So it allows you to add texture and pattern to your designs. Now, these are actually thinner than the strips of friendly plastic, so you can use them alongside these and create the textured finish like this. I mean, that in itself would create a gorgeous bangle if you could heat it up. And
there's definitely, if you look on YouTube, there is definitely a show with Liz using those.
There is. So you can actually go to YouTube, find Liz Welsh's friendly plastic show. She's going to give you more of a step-by-step guide, take you through the process. Right now, we're all about giving you a wholesale deal on the essential items themselves, and this laser mesh has sort of revolutionised friendly plastic as a genre. And you've got the star-shaped laser mesh, and you've got the circular laser mesh. So you've got the gunmetal tone and you've got the gold tone. Have a look at this. You've got the gold, the silver, and the sort of rainbow-like colour tone. $9.95 for all of these. And don't forget, if you do want a little bit of tuition, then why not add the friendly plastic DVD to this bundle for an additional £4.95, and that will include 5 or 6 different projects, including an introduction to it, to the fundamentals of friendly plastic and the opportunities it brings you. So £4.95, and then you can get your friendly plastic this evening for £9.95, an incredible bundle. But we only have a limited number because these have proved to be so popular. There's everything you're going to get, and it's available right now for £10. You have producer Liam to thank for all of your prices this evening, and he's going above and beyond, isn't he? If you want to get involved. Oh, hold on. Hand that back to me, please, Pete. So we were just about to pack it up, and I told you that Liam's a bit of a maverick, Linda. What was that? He said, "We're done when I say we're done." Uh-oh, Pete. All I can see now are the words, "See me after class." Do you know what? Efficiency from my floor manager packing the bundle away before my producer had reacted to how many people are coming. He's just gone even lower. He's taken these all now down to $7.95. Now this really is making friendly plastic as accessible as it can possibly become, especially as we've included those very popular laser mesh items that will allow you to texture your friendly plastic designs. All of that for $7.95, and now all of a sudden we have created a little bit of a queue on the phone line. So there's so many people out there who are looking to introduce new textures and mediums into their designs. Friendly plastic, very, very popular. Got a lot of flexibility there and some fantastic looks. I mean, I've seen Liz Welsh actually create a vase using friendly plastic. So she like dripped it all down. You've seen this, haven't you, Linda?
Yeah.
The first time we ever got friendly plastic in, honestly, the whole office was just so excited. Everyone was playing with it. It's really exciting technique. And we're going to move on. Oh yes, because coming up at the top of the hour, this is so impressive, a premiere strand of amethyst. Have a look at this. Now, this gemstone in particular, I think you're actually doing yourself a disservice as a jewellery maker if you don't have it in your collection. Gemma Crow, of course, recently was alluding to the fact that it's a must-have because it actually provides you with credibility. Because people are aware of it, it's what makes them realise you're working with genuine gemstones when they see amethyst.
Definitely.
And if you think, if you go one further with that, I was sort of arguing that they're more inclined to come over to your store because you've given the opportunity to give them themselves a bit of a pat on the back. You think, oh, I know that, that's amethyst.
I mean, it has got a ring to it, hasn't it, amethyst, the word amethyst. And you know what you're looking for when somebody says, oh, have you got amethyst, and say, oh yes, look, and say, oh yes, isn't that beautiful? But the thing is as well, it's a birthstone.
Yep.
So that gives it credibility as well. And to my mind, I think it should be added into the so-called big gemstones because it's so well known.
Yeah, that is true. It's the awareness
of amethyst,
within the sector does make it a very sought after gemstone, doesn't it?
Without doubt.
Absolutely. Now, we recently touched on the idea of investing in gemstones that allow you to create both feminine and masculine designs, and we were talking about the pyrite, for example. This for me is another one that totally fits the bill, and it's golden tiger's eye. Fantastic, I suppose, benefit to you as a jewellery maker because of that versatility, but also just look at the finish that you get on this gemstone. It's another gemstone that offers you an optical phenomenon, and it's known as chatoyancy. Look at this. This has got a sort of blue gold finish to it. Can we see that? So this is actually golden tiger's eye, but basically it looks like a little bit of the blue tone has run into this strand, and you've got that almost swirl of colour tones. I actually think it looks even better than usual. Look at this. Am I able to show you that? There we go. That sort of cat's eye-like effect that you get, known as chatoyancy, and that is going to draw people's attention to the design itself. These are through-drilled pear drops. So those are quite easy to incorporate into a number of different designs, aren't they? I've seen these sort of twisted onto tiara designs, the little pear drops.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're not sort of top drilled.
No.
They're through drilled, yeah. If you are a relatively beginner with jewellery making, they are easier to handle than the top drilled.
Okay. That's always useful because we're getting a lot of new buyers every single day here at Jewellery Maker. So important for us to cover the fundamentals as well. Very, very easy to work with. 120 carats in total of your golden tiger's eye. 10 by 8 mil in size. And just have a look. Excuse me. Sorry, I got caught there. I did try to get my mic off. My apologies. Bless me. $6.95 for 120 carats of golden tiger's eye. Again, these would make fantastic droplet style earrings, or you could use them as charms as well, couldn't you? Or very subtle pendant.
There's a wealth of uses, particularly sort of tassels, anything that you want to tumble. That's a great design, like what I call like a pear drop design is a great design cut for that.
Absolutely.
Certainly they're the right size for earrings. But,
yes, they are that quite delicate size, aren't they?
Like Debbie Bulford likes to put a tumble into a tassel just on chain or on say suede cord, and it's a stunning gemstone for that.
Yeah, actually these are sort of Debbie Bulford colours, aren't they? Very much. She loves the earthy autumnal colours, and these certainly fit the bill as we approach that season, I suppose. Just got to start thinking about your autumn and winter designs.
Yeah, well, that's what you need then. You need your tiger's eye.
There you go. Start stocking up on your tiger's eye. $6.95 this evening. We've got a lot to get through. Oh, yes. I like this. Do you just wait until Sam's on cameras to do these now? Cover your eyes, Sam. Actually, don't. You're a camera person. That wouldn't be very useful. You need to be able to see what you're looking at, I suppose. Have a look at this. Champagne druzy quartz. I mean, just say those three words together. Yeah. It's probably Sam's favourite sentence ever.
Put my hand over the camera so everyone can get them.
Sam, you get your hand back off that lens. Your director's going crazy. She's trying to stop you seeing how gorgeous these are so she can get a strand. They are, I'm afraid, limited edition. And producer Liam's confident that he can upset you even more with the price point. Now, I should just say, Sam on cameras is an avid jewellery maker herself and very talented, I have to say. She's had her first commissions on Facebook, Linda.
So I believe, yes.
Yes.
Say? First crafts.
Oh, and you did your first craft stall at the weekend as well, didn't you? Wow, Sam's taken the world by storm. She wants me to make it adamant she didn't have any druzy on her stall, because she kept it all for herself. I knew it. Champagne druzy here. These are the 10 mil coins. We've actually had a few different varieties of these over the last few weeks. We had the fuchsia ones, didn't we? And we had the purple ones last night. Yep, exactly. I mean, these are so opulent, aren't they? Because of that champagne tone. And because you've got that very traditional sparkle from those crystal inclusions, it's actually like the fizz, you know, the bubbles in a glass of champagne as well, isn't it?
I mean, don't you think just by the nature of being that champagne natural colour as well, they just look what they are, if you see what I mean?
Yeah.
They look really natural. They look really what they are. And just sunk into a ring, or again, even sewn in buttons. Fabulous buttons.
Wow.
Fabulous. Just come to me, that. I need those for buttons.
Buttons?
Yes, because they're right size, right shape, right everything for a button.
Can you imagine, you know, people have their sort of ball gowns and that handmade?
Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. And a bride, you know, if she's got sort of a little bodice at the back with those little buttons, perfect.
Perfect. Oh, there you go. That's it. I don't want to make the solitaire rings anymore. I want to see these as buttons now. You've sold me completely on that idea. 70 carats in total of your gorgeous druzy. Just look at those crystal formations sparkling away there in a very traditional fashion, almost like the fizz you see in a glass of champagne. What do you mean should be price? You're going to do a price reduction? I told you, tonight is going to be a crazy night. That's just what happens when Linda joins us. You've made him even worse than usual, Linda. Normally the producer's a bit of a maverick. Liam gives us some fantastic price on gemstones, but he just said, lowest ever. £10 for your champagne druzy quartz. And just think how lucky we are to actually have examples of this gemstone. They've actually, you know, they've overcome quite a feat to even be with us, because they can be damaged in so many different parts of the sourcing process, and to bring you this strand for £10 is seriously impressive. It's one of those gemstones which really hits a note with jewellery makers, because it gives you so many different options, but you always know you're going to get a high-end look from the sparkle. You want to see Sam's face. She is not impressed.
How many's on the strand, Ed? Please?
I'll count them for you.
So we can really work
2,
out.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20.
20. So what's that roughly each? What?
So 50p.
Whoa! You try getting a button like that for 50p, you would not
Actually,
stand
if you go to
a chance.
do you know what? The haberdashery shops can be some of the expensive, most expensive shops on the high
Just
street.
An plastic button's going to cost you that 55p.
There you go then. So that's fantastic value. And actually, if you think about the fact that that's cost you 50p, all you need is, maybe I'd probably use silver plated wire if you're making a ring design, but actually £10 ring, so you make your money back off one.
And it would be unusual as well. It would be a ring that you wouldn't see on every craft stall in any way, shape or form.
That's what people are looking for when they're buying bespoke jewellery designs though, presumably. They don't want something that they could have got on the high street. They want something different that adds you, you know, an organic dimension to your jewellery look. £10 for that, not to be missed. 60 minutes that price point is available for. Okie dokie. Oh. Now, lots of people actually invest in this particular gemstone, and it is to do with selling designs at a craft fair on your store, but not selling the gemstone itself, because zircon is the oldest gemstone on the planet. And when we talk about a heritage attached to gemstone, we were just talking about rainbow moonstone, for example, and it's been set into jewellery design since 100 AD. This particular gemstone is thought to have been here since the dawn of time. In fact, it's only because of this gemstone that we know how long the planet's been here for. Used to be generally accepted that Earth was 4 billion years old. Then we found some samples of zircon that were 4.4 billion years old. So back to the drawing board, and we actually redefined the way we use carbon dating after the discovery of zircon. Since then, in fact, I think it was only about 12 months ago, we found samples of zircon that have led us to understand that Mars is 4.5 billion years old. And that was due to fragments of zircon found in a meteorite that fell from Mars. So this gemstone is very prestigious, mainly for collectors, because I think people who have a passion for gemology, who understand the time, the pressure, the temperatures that it takes for these gemstones to form, and they understand that zircon is really head and shoulders above any other gemstone when it comes to that kind of history, that kind of legacy. Thought to be 4.5 billion years old, not, you know, 2,000 years old like Moonstone, 4.5 billion years old. And so what a lot of jewellery makers do is they invest in strands of zircon. They don't create jewellery designs, but they have it on their stall. So when you're trying to build rapport with your customers, when they say, oh, what's that? You say, oh, that's the oldest gemstone known to man, the oldest gemstone on the planet, possibly been here since, you know, the Big Bang itself. You know, to find remnants of it on the planets and be able to understand how old the planet is from this gemstone. I mean, it's such an impressive look, isn't it? I mean, this particular strand is a little bit different because you've got such a huge variation of colours. Actually, I'll tell you what, if you did want to set zircon into jewellery designs, you've got a lot, again, of those sort of earthy autumnal colours. Can you imagine this with tiger's eye? I mean, it'd be an interesting blend of gemstones.
Definitely. But zircon will definitely go with any, without, I mean, it'll go with a classic gemstone, black onyx, anything, whatever you want to say. But it also goes beautifully with pearls. Absolutely stunning with pearls. And I think it's just the warm, minky colours, those really warm sort of embers that are there in the zircon, and they just work so gloriously with a pearl.
Ah, that's a gorgeous idea. But as I say, lots of people like to actually own the gemstone really more as a talking point, because again, it gives you credibility. It shows your customers that you are in the know when it comes to gemstones, to the point where you actually have samples of the oldest gemstone on the planet, and that really is going to give people confidence in you as a designer, I think.
Yeah, I can remember when it was discovered. I was there.
She's such a joke, isn't she? This was discovered more than 21 years ago, Linda. Okay, 50 carats of zircon, and here comes your prize. Totally ridiculous, $14.95. What does that work out as? 30p a carat for the oldest gemstone known to man? Absolutely unbelievable. And interestingly, you would think that a gemstone with that kind of history would be a standalone, if you like, and wouldn't really have any other connections to other gemstones. Funnily enough, the gemstone it's often been mistaken for in the past is diamonds itself, and its nickname is the Muntari diamond. So quite often people have mistaken this for, you know, the big one, if you like, diamonds. 50 carats in total. This is basically covering all your bases. It shows that you are not only able to source genuine gemstones, but that you are an actual gemstone connoisseur. $14.95 for 50 carats in total. And we're going to leave it. Are we leaving that one there? We're moving on. Oh, it's the impromptu clearance deal. My producers just told me. So this is one that I wasn't aware of. This has just come down, so I wasn't able to set an alarm. You love this one because you're in control. He's celebrating this. He's like, right, back to the old school. I'll run this show. Have a look at this. A 3-strand pack of golden tiger's eye. We've just been talking about the versatility of tiger's eye, the fact that it suits masculine designs as well as feminine designs. It will go with virtually any other gemstone because of those earthy tones you get, but you also get an optical effect from the chatoyancy on the surface of a gemstone. And as if that wasn't enough, we've also listened to you, because we have recently been talking to our customers, asking them what they want to see on the show. Everybody says the same gemstone in different shapes or different sizes. I suppose it's because it takes an element of the design process out of the reckoning, because you know the gems are going to work together, but then you've got the dynamism of different shapes within the design. Is that
I think there's a resurgence of multi-stranded necklaces coming back, whether they're long or whether they're short, choker, or whether they're sort of opera length, whatever. But there's a resurgence of these multi-stranded necklaces come back, and there's nothing nicer than the same gemstone multi-strand.
Right, okay.
That's beautiful.
So it's to do a combination of jewellery making techniques and current fashions then?
Yeah.
There you go then. So actually, I'll just take you through the shapes. You have got the little buttons. I mean, they've been classified as coins, but I think those are more delicate than a coin. So they're 10 mil, so they're like little buttons or little coins. You've got the triangles, which are 10 mil, and then you've got the drums, which are 10 by 8 mil. So very similar size as well, perfectly. Whoa, $11.95 for 3 strands of tiger's eye. That is a seriously impressive deal. And your opportunity to increase your stock levels of one gemstone, but in those variety of different shapes. And actually these are quite popular, and I suppose it depends how you set them into your design, because you could either use the shapes to create a contemporary look, or because you've got those sort of rich golden hues from the tiger's eye, these will actually suit vintage designs quite well as well. So again,
those
more
are really vintage shapes actually. Certainly going back to 50s and 60s, if you want to go back to those, they definitely are. Then
the
these
triangles and the
yeah.
circles. But even the Victorians were, their designs, if you look at those used to be quite dynamic in the shapes.
Yeah, very much so. The
used.
Victorians used to set tiger's eye in 9-carat gold, into lockets as well. I know my grandmother had a tiger's eye locket, which was absolutely beautiful with filigree gold around it. So yeah, it goes back a long way. But you can, as you said earlier, you can make really good guys, sort of surfer dude type
surfer
jewellery
star
from
jewellery,
as well.
perfect with it, especially the triangles. That they could almost use them like sort of shark's teeth designs and things like that. So you've got, this is really one of the most versatile gemstone bundles we've ever brought you. $11.95 is your clearance deal. We are going to move on. Wow, wow, wow. I have seen this before, in fact. It was part of our 5-strand Super Saver that featured Tanzanite last week. It was actually a sellout deal. And this might be one of your final opportunities to get hold of this pyrite. Actually, we've talked a lot about pyrite so far this evening. Have a look at this. This is sort of like an 18-carat gold coating, if you like. It's actually been described as a lemon gold. It makes total sense. Look at that colour tone. That's not, I suppose, the kind of colour tone you'd actually attribute to gold normally, because normally people think a 9-carat gold, but if you think about a really highly polished piece of gold, you know, 18-carat, it does have more of this brightness to it, doesn't it?
Those are beautiful. I haven't seen those either before. Absolutely. I just wear that as a necklace like that.
And just restrand it?
Yeah, just restrand it. I would. I just think that's a real statement.
Would you have one gemstone as a pendant?
Yeah, you can. I said, but I would certainly wear that on its own.
Oh right, okay.
You know, you can wear just a chain on its own.
Of course.
Well, I'd see that in that respect, but
almost
certainly
like a chain look.
One of the smoky quartz.
Oh,
just
that
had,
looks fantastic.
Yeah,
one of those faceted
drop.
droplets. Fantastic. Yeah. That's a great idea. $6.95. We actually talked a lot about the idea of mixing the amethyst and the golds together. We're about to launch this Premier Strand. You like that one?
Yes, definitely.
That's got the thumbs up from Luscious Linda, so we know we're hitting the right notes there. God, absolutely gorgeous. 60 carats in total. Faceted rondelles, quite delicate. They range from 2x1 to 4x2. Actually, right now that I see that, it almost looks like the little ball chain that we had last night, doesn't it? Now that you say that.
Yeah, I mean, from like 20 paces or something, that would look like the most stunning chain, wouldn't it? And then when you got closer up to it, you think, oh, it's not a chain, but isn't that interesting? I wonder what it is.
Yeah, and then, of course, you can tell the whole story that it is a genuine gemstone.
I've not seen lemon gold colour-coated pyrite
Be
before.
a new
but I definitely want to see it again, because it's beautiful.
Well, I had it last week alongside Tanzanite, and I can tell you it looked fantastic. Yeah, brilliant. There you go. So maybe you'd like to mix it with the Premier Strand of amethyst. We're going to leave the lemon gold pyrite with you because we're about to launch the Premier Strand of amethyst. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy, and on this occasion we are launching a premiere strand. Very, very privileged to be bringing you this for the first time, and I think it's widely accepted that amethyst is a must-have for all jewellery makers because, as I say, it provides you with credibility. People see this day in, day out on the high street. They're aware of the gemstone, and Linda touched on it earlier when we were talking about amethyst. It's, I suppose, 2- or 3-fold its credibility, because not only is it widely known, and so people understand what to look for in examples of amethyst, but also it's February's birthstone. So there's already a huge market of people who are interested in owning it. On top of that, because it's February's birthstone, it has these strong associations with Valentine's Day, and sometimes referred to as Cupid's stone. So, you know, it has those strong romantic connotations as well. So really, you know, whichever side of gemstone appreciation you're interested in, whether it's the folklore and legend, whether it's the birthstone route, or whether it's the gemological and jewellery side of things, amethyst's got it covered, and probably better known than any other gemstone for each and every reason. I mean, I don't think I've ever been to a high street jeweller that didn't stock amethyst jewellery. I don't think I've ever been to a craft fair where there weren't a number of stores selling amethyst, so it's pretty much a must-have, isn't it? But again, we traditionally see more of the strands in your slabs or your faceted droplets. For example, we see a lot of top drill drops of amethyst, both in these sort of 3D drops as well as the flat drops. Very, very rarely do we offer you plain rounds of amethyst with this depth of colour. I suppose often when you've got this depth of colour, you're more inclined to facet it because you want to make use of the lustre. But of course, you're still getting a very impressive and polished finish from the rounds, and it's easier to work with. You can easily integrate this into a number of different designs. I think most jewellery makers, when they first start out on their jewellery making journey, if you like, rely heavily on rounds because they work in any design, they work with most techniques. Yeah,
well, it just doesn't sort of sway you in any way at all. Around doesn't, you know, you instinctively know what to do with it.
Yes.
So it works every time, but because then when you get a little bit more advanced in your jewellery making, you still really need your rounds, and you can work those in with the other shapes then.
Because I think you've made me understand now. So it actually allows you to more easily integrate the more elaborate shapes into your designs if you've got a round to accent it with. That's right,
exactly.
Okay, that's good, because I now understand perfectly why you still rely on them once you become a little more accomplished as well. And very subtle graduation on the strand, ranging from 8mm up to 10mm, so quite significant sizes, but quite a subtle graduation. You could, I suppose, create just simple earring designs or even solitaire ring designs. That look is so popular. I know we were talking about it with pearls, but actually when you've got a perfect round, can you imagine an amethyst ring, bit of gold wire? Definitely. Or how about a couple of the lemon gold pyrites as your accent stones, just one either side of the largest one on gold wire? That would look good. So I'm getting a lot of nods from the jewellery makers in the room, so I think I've hit onto a winner here. Sam, you like that idea?
I think we need to make that so.
You think I've got a commission? I've got a commission. I can't do it. Linda, do you want to join forces on this? Okay, 135 carats here, perfect polished rounds, and just have a look at the saturation of colour. For me, it's all about that regal purple tone. And actually, it's this colour that made it Catherine the Great's most favourite gemstone. Believe, She used to have, every single one of her fleet of ships had amethyst coloured sails. Did you know that?
No.
I only learnt that the other day. Right. I actually learnt it from a customer who was attending a workshop who taught me that. So yes, so she had a fleet of ships, and they all had amethyst coloured sails because she loved the gemstone so much.
It's always been a regal colour, isn't it? Anyway, hasn't it, purple? So I can see why. So it is always has been regal.
Yeah, actually, I was discussing this a few days ago, and I was saying I wonder if the reason that the purple tone is associated with regality and royalty is because of the use of amethyst in imperial crown crowns and imperial collection jewellery. It's possible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, lots and lots of people already getting involved, and we haven't given you our exclusive launch price yet. We've got to get it on screen. Here it comes. A star buy price this evening of £10 for 135 carats of amethyst, perfectly polished rounds, but probably some of the greatest colour saturation you could ever hope to see in this gemstone. £10. That is an add it to your order price. If you've already been getting involved with us here today at JewelleryMaker, then you've got absolutely nothing to wait for. Ah, okay, so my producer's actually done a bit of research, live research, and he's found that the reason that it has these associations with regality is because it's a difficult colour tone to actually emulate and dye other gemstones. So actually is because you can't emulate it, so you know what you're getting. Basically, that's effective. You can't just pick up a rock and dye it this colour tone. It's actually quite a difficult dye to recreate. Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, flippantly, just you can't get another gemstone or crystal structure and dye it this colour. It's very difficult to emulate that colour tone. Wow. So that's why traditionally the emperors or the monarchs of the past used to favour amethyst, because they knew the commoners couldn't copy them. Basically, that's what it boils down to. You couldn't get hold of it, so they liked it. £10 nowadays. I suppose it's quite common for people to own amethyst, but inside the handmade jewellery sector, it could set you apart from other jewellery makers who are predominantly relying on synthetics.
Well, I think anyway, if you are a jewellery maker that does like to sell or gets commissions, I think it's a must-have strand amethyst. I don't think you should go to a craft fair or to any form of selling your jewellery without amethyst. I think people expect
they expect to have some amethyst. Yeah, I think I've heard that from a number of different designers now. Okay, can I just be honest with everybody? Okay, basically this is a premiere launch. Only a quarter of stock's been allocated. My producer's a little confused as to why it's not flying out of the door at £10, but he's also very reactive, and he wants to give you the best possible deal. He wants to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, give you the best value on the market, especially for probably one of the most popular gemstones available. And we've just taken it to £7.95. Unbelievable price point. And don't panic if you were astute enough to come through at £9.95, because you're on to a winner. Everyone will pay the same final low price of just £7.95 now, but as ever, that is an exclusive launch price only available for the next 60 minutes. Congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone. I've got a lot of people multi-buying that strand, so congratulations to you. We'll leave it on with you, and we might leave it on the desk because I think it's a perfect accompaniment to our superstar buy. We are now going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll be inching ever closer to this star buy, the 7 strands of pearls bundled together, a wholesale deal on cultured pearls. Not something that the industry would be expecting us to do at the moment, but that's what we do here at JewelleryMaker. So don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumihimo introductory DVD. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join silver clay expert Natalia Coleman and take your jewellery making to the next level with this exciting workshop. Natalia will guide you through the various steps of gemstone setting in silver clay and how you can create some beautiful pieces with the addition of some of your favourite gemstones. The full course includes 30 grams of silver art clay, 20 centimeters of fine silver bezel wire, a selection of gemstones, use of all the relevant tools, buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our studio store. All of this for £119.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. We are trying to make it worth your while this evening because we are doing clearance deals throughout the show. We have got premiere launches. We just saw that amethyst being taken down to $7.95 as an exclusive launch price. We still have some stock remaining, so if you do want to add that to your order, then simply call the free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. Lots of people did eventually come through to take 2s and 3s of that strand once we lowered the price. So don't forget, any price reduction that we do offer you here on the Late Show is only available for 60 minutes. Now, coming up at the end of the show as our superstar buy, we've got another premiere launch, this time this gorgeous citrine coming from the Cut collection, and when you see the finish on this gemstone you can understand why this has fallen into our most elite range of gemstones. Can we see this one here that I've managed to suspend at 180 degrees, because that shows you the cut. Just here you can see the cut that you've got, this concave. It's almost like a mirrored, it's almost like a classic round cut but mirrored on the table. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's coming up in about an hour and a half, so not long to wait before we bring you that. And when we do, we will in fact bring you a little bit of inspiration, because we are joined by resident designer Linda, who's currently working with the citrine, aren't you?
I've got the citrine here, and do you know what? It's one of those strands, to be honest. It is incredibly inspiring, but it's one of those strands that you just want to gaze at for a length of time. And
is it because it's got that traditional finish to it, where that sort of kaleidoscope-like effect?
I think, just from my point of view as a jewellery maker, it's just the most beautiful strand.
Yeah.
It's a strand that I really want to use, but I want to use it beautifully.
Yes.
And it is one of those truly that you can just gaze at and have around for a little while, and then you'll find the right thing to do with it. I mean, immediately, just a pair of earrings with the single drop, that's just shouting at me.
Okay.
This would be really stunning, but it's one of those strands that, wow, you know, this is just phenomenal.
Okay, well that is coming up at 8:45, so we will have an opportunity to see what Linda does do with those particular gemstones. And don't forget, the clearance deals are a little impromptu tonight. They've been brought down to us by our channel manager, and producer Liam's back in charge because the remaining ones are all with him. So he will be randomly announcing when the next clearance deal is coming up, but there will definitely be one before 8 PM. So don't move a muscle. Before that, we're going to start with, ooh, one of my favourite gemstones on the planet, possibly the favourite gemstone of mine, gorgeous Kunzite. I think the reason I love the gemstone is that I've never seen a poor design featuring Kunzite. Gorgeously feminine gemstone and a real sought after member of the spodumene family. Not the most attractive family name.
Spodumene.
But I think Kunzite's a gorgeous name.
I love that name, but that was named after the guy, wasn't it?
Yes. So the man that discovered the gemstone is known as George Frederick Kunz, and so he named it after himself, Kunzite.
Don't blame him.
But he's actually a very lucky man because he's probably discovered the two most feminine gemstones on the planet, because he also discovered Morganite.
Morganite, yeah.
So pretty lucky.
And to get them both into Tiffany as well. Wow, they sort of hunted him down to get them,
didn't they? So yes, this gemstone was exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered, and famously given to JFK's wife when he married her. He gave her, Jackie Onassis, he gave her a Kunzite ring. And so, you know, that's the kind of company you'll be keeping if you're working with the likes of Kunzite, Tiffany's, Jackie Onassis. I mean, it's just one of those gemstones that people, I suppose, could wait a whole lifetime to get into their collection. And interestingly, I was watching the owner of the company talk about this gemstone the other day on our American channel, and he was discussing a specific variety of this that comes from Minas Gerais, specific mine where you get a beautifully vivid pink Kunzite. Now, what I found really interesting was that it can be 100 to 200 years in between finding new deposits of Kunzite. So when we talk about the rarity of Kunzite, what Steve was saying, Steve Bennett's the owner of the company, was saying is that people get a little bit confused because they're like, well, you're talking about how rare it is, but you've got loads and loads available. Well, there's two reasons for that. One, when you do find a deposit, you do get quite a high yield, which we were talking about yesterday. So you find a deposit, you get a high yield, you take it all out, you cut it, you polish it. And this specific mine owner, this is probably one of the most revered varieties of Kunzite in the world, the Minas Gerais. And the mine owner, who owns the mine, deals exclusively with us, the Genuine Gemstone Company. So he found this whole deposit, and he didn't call up Tiffany's and say, do you want exclusive rights to my Minas Gerais Kunzite? He phoned Steve. So Steve flew over, met with him, and we actually had the exclusivity to this new deposit of Kunzite he found, which I find really impressive. And it just shows how we grow as a company and the ways that we do it. We don't do it by building up a brand and ripping off our customers. We do it by working closely with the suppliers and the mine owners, cutting out the middlemen and passing the savings on to our customers. You know, you would find that, you know, other companies would keep the potential increase on cultured pearls under their hat and not tell anybody, and then just inflict much higher price points on their customers. Not here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We share this industry information with you to make sure you're as informed as you can possibly be when you're making a purchase from us. Now, as I say, we actually are currently able to bring you the most exclusive variety of Kunzite on our sister channel, Rocks and Gems TV, but we see no reason why JewelleryMaker shouldn't be offered the same unique opportunity to work with one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet. This specific strand of Kunzite is actually sourced in Afghanistan. Now, it's a very, very difficult region to go mining in, not just because of the you know, troubles that have been there in the conflicts in that area over the last decade or so, but also, you know, it is quite a mountainous and desert like area, and so it can be very, very difficult region to go mining in. But I think you'll find the results are worth it when you get the opportunity to own huge carats of one of the most sought after and elusive gemstones on the planet. Gorgeous feminine Kunzite. 80 carats in total, irregular nuggets ranging in size from 7x5 to 20x12, and this evening we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction. Currently available at $39.95 from our Gems of Distinction range. This evening we are going to give you the best value on the market. Already down at 50p a carat. Let's see just what kind of a deal Liam can give us, down to $24.95. That is totally ridiculous. Oh, that old chestnut. First thing he says is, I didn't do it. You know I'm not going to be happy with taking Kunzite down to 30p a carat here. Everybody turns into Bart Simpson when they're naughty, don't they? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was somebody else. Yes, so we've honoured a previous low on this particular gemstone, taking it down to $24.95. That is a £15 reduction. You could easily use these to create ring designs, Kunzite rings. £30. Absolutely incredible gemstone. And again, one of those gemstones that's going to become a talking point between you and your customers when you start to talk about the history attached to Kunzite, when you talk about the exclusivity of Tiffany's, when you talk about JFK purchasing this as an engagement present for Jackie and Assis. That is what is actually going to add value into your Kunzite designs. The fact that previously people won't have had the opportunity to own it. Certainly not at the kind of prices you'll be able to offer them. $24.95 is an exclusive price reduction, only available for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on though, and we're now going to bring you its little sister, not in terms of its family, but in terms of the way it was sourced, as we just discussed. This is gorgeous Morganite. Morganite is actually a member of the beryl family, quite an impressive family of gemstones. Aquamarine, Heliodor, emerald and morganite. And morganite is, you know, very, very similar in its makeup to emerald, the big four, often called the pink emerald. I mean, those are my favourite words I've ever heard. The pink emerald. That's what they call this gorgeous gemstone. And it's because any of the beryl family, beryl is actually the only gemstone family name that comes from the chemical composition, and it's a form of beryllium that forms, and each different variety of beryl that you get is actually coloured by a different element. So you have this base chemical composition, and then you have a different element that gives it its colour tone. In aquamarine, it's iron that turns it blue. In Heliodor, it's iron oxide that makes it go golden tone. In emerald, it's chromium. As we know, chromium tends to turn gemstones green. We've got chrome dioxide and the like. And in morganite, it's actually manganese. But the interesting thing about morganite, just like an emerald, is that the inclusions actually add to the character of the gemstones. Without the inclusions, you wouldn't have this colour tone. These inclusions are actually manganese that you're finding inside the beryllium that are actually giving you the consistency of colour, and they're not really sort of intrusive inclusions, are they? They're almost, I always describe them as almost looking like folded silk. You know, they're very feminine inside the gemstone.
That's the word to describe that, is a totally feminine.
And so I always think that morganite's quite an uncompromising gemstone from that point of view. You either get gorgeous clarity, or you get a slightly more included gemstone, which actually offers you greater colour saturation, so you can't lose when you're dealing with the pink emerald.
For me, it's like a metaphor for style and elegance and rarity. All those fantastic words that you can put to a gemstone. I think morganite will sit with that beautifully, but it's it's sort of sparkling away like a diamond there.
It is, isn't it? Gorgeous. That's because of the facets, I suppose. They've placed these quite large checkerboard facets on the surfaces, so you've got a traditional facet but in quite a funky cut.
Yeah, it's a very contemporary cut. Yeah. It's sort of it's not a very old gemstone either, is it? But
no. discovered in the early 1900s, 1910.
Right.
Is the year it was discovered.
Right, so it's a relatively new gemstone then, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you think that Tiffany's were there to offer the exclusivity on the gemstone when it was discovered, that shows that you're not going to have these sort of dubious trade links that might have built up on diamonds, emeralds, things that we've been trading on for thousands of years. When you're talking about a history of only 100 years, the benefit is you know where the gemstones come from, you know that it's been ethically sourced, and you know that you've got prestige.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking
for.
That's the word. There's a prestigious gemstone.
Huge carat weights, once again 60 carats spread over just 8 gemstones, this being the largest of those gemstones. And let's have a look at our current price, because we are going to give you another price reduction. Currently available at $29.95. Once again, it's already priced at 50p a carat, and we're not staying there. You've got to be worried when your producer says this just shouldn't happen. So we're going low. Whoa!
Whoa! Goodness.
No, I was thinking that myself. We did a bit of research before the show and we found one specific morganite strand. We went to the management and we said, can we do everybody a really, really special deal on this? And we're going to take it lower than it's ever been before, and we're going to go crazy on it so that we can give everyone a deal and let everybody buy one of Ed's favourite gemstones. This isn't the one. We've just taken this down to half price. We're now offering you morganite for 25p a carat.
Have we gone really mad?
Well,
am I having sort of a waking nightmare at the minute?
Well, I was looking at the price points. So, as I said, I was in the gallery for Steve's minus Jerris Kunzite hour the other night, and I can assure you that, well, I didn't see a price point go under 3 figures in that whole time I was there. So that goes to show you what people are prepared to get to pay to get a morganite. I just hope that
we're not sort of undervaluing this fabulous gemstone. That's my biggest fear.
I think that if
to do that.
people didn't understand how we operate as a company, they could see this as being a little bit silly, potentially devaluing the gemstone. But I think nowadays, because our customer base is so informed, they know that we wouldn't devalue a gemstone. It's not our business to do that. We're the genuine gemstone company, and it's purely due to the way we work that allows us to give these price points. In all honesty, this isn't the price for this strand. It's normally $29.95, so to get hold of it.
So undervalued at that price.
Yeah, at $29, I thought, absolutely. I wouldn't expect to bring you morganite of this quality for 50p a carat, let alone 25p a carat. Unbelievable. Okay, we're going to move on. And we're going to bring you another sample of morganite, this time a little more subtle in its size and more of a traditional top drill drop for us, because last strand had more of that contemporary shape. It was that triangular shape. These are more of your teardrops or your pear drops. 70 carats in total here. Again, fantastic colour saturation, beautifully feminine, and absolutely adding to the looks you can create. I personally work, well, I say quite a lot. I've created 2 different designs using morganite, and I always set it into rose gold, because I think then you can draw out the pink hues with your metal tone. But that, I mean, that's kind of obvious, I suppose, but I know from personal experience that it definitely works. I mean, how would you use these morganites? Would that
well, I think they're standalone because of the shapes. You can certainly put them on, say, a sterling silver or a gold chain, and it would look beautiful. I think they would make beautiful gifts. I mean, what lady would not be absolutely over the moon to get
That's why I love morganite, because my background with jewellery, you know, when I first started with the company, I wasn't really passionate about gemstones and jewellery. You know, I admit that, but
you've got the disease now.
Yeah, I just caught the bug through working in the industry, and I've never ever seen a bad design featuring kunzite morganite, because they're so feminine, and jewellery traditionally, of course, a luxury item for a lady, and so morganite and kunzite just
I can remember when we first had morganite in, and I think they were probably 6mm rounds, and they were variant colours through the aquamarine colours all the way through, and I think that commanded definitely in the 30s, if not 40s, for that strand.
That's so interesting, isn't it? Because most companies
that's why I look at it now and I think, whoa, you know, how are we able to do that with such a prolifically beautiful gemstone?
I know, I'm sure that most companies who had spent, you know, a few years building up a brand, creating a trusting customer base, would actually find that they'd start to edge their price points up. But the more popular we get, the lower our prices go.
Yeah, we've done the opposite.
Oh wow, $17.95 is the price point. Now these are faceted top drill drops. I know that lots of people enjoy working with the top drill drops because it allows you to create a traditional setting and to create matching sets of jewellery. That's where you can really make, I suppose, the big bucks. When people have got the matching earrings and pendant, you haven't had to put a lot of work into the design because really, as you're saying, the gemstone does all the talking for you.
Well, it's such a high-end gemstone that you just don't need to overwork it. Why would you? I mean, I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't want to overwork it.
No, true.
I'd want to keep it simple because that certainly it's a conversation piece. It's doing everything that you want a piece of jewellery to do. I mean, you would see that, a drop of Morganite in a Bond Street window on its own, on a black velvet bust in one of those little windows in an upmarket Bond Street jewellery boutique, just one, and it would be completely there on its own. It wouldn't have a price on it.
No, yeah.
You'd have to be POA.
You have to go and talk to them about the price.
Yeah.
Probably 5 figures.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm not saying that, you know, we're at that with this strand. This strand is...
It's a different finish to the gemstone.
It's a different finish, but it is that gemstone. There's no getting away from it.
Exactly,
it's still
right.
that gemstone.
You're giving your customers the opportunity, the same opportunity to own the gemstone.
Yeah.
The finish is slightly different, but
we're just
really
it
the
more
value
affordable.
in a gemstone.
Yeah, and we're not putting on that huge up market that the boutiques can do.
No, I agree with you totally, and I think the value in a gemstone is often in setting it into a design.
Yeah.
Because that's what allows you to wear it on your person.
Yeah.
We do have another example of Morganite, this time the sort of 3D droplets rather than the flat drops. These are gorgeous because again they're going to offer you a little more dynamic. They're going to sit proud in designs. Actually, some of the smaller ones, we were talking about how you can set these into macrame designs so that they sit proud.
Yes.
Imagine that, the impact you'd have. That is gorgeous, isn't it?
They're so pretty.
I can't quite get it to sit straight because of my silly fingers. But yes, this is gorgeous. Now, as I say, when we arrived today, we were talking through this segment of the show because producer Liam was kind enough to select all of my favourites and put them into this section. So this is the one that we identified that we'd like to give everybody a deal on, and the management okayed it. So currently it's available for $21.95. But this evening we are going to be going above and beyond. Let me assure you. Now, we actually have just discussed the idea of devaluing gemstones. This is borderline, Linda. The last one, I think, you know, we can skirt around it and say that because of the loyalty of our customers, we can give you the best possible prices on the market. My producer's just telling me that computer says no. Literally, it's built into the system, so if you try to go too low, it comes up with a warning screen saying you're about to take this to a ridiculously low price. Please don't do it. It's lower than we discussed. I thought it was going to be $12.95. The negotiations with sales manager Scott continued when I went to get ready, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, Liam. What's the point of us having these meetings if you're going to go above my head and go and get even lower price points? Unbelievable.
I don't know.
Director Bruce makes a good point. He said, when you say he went over your head, it suggests that he's asked permission to do this. He's a maverick. No, I actually know for a fact that we were discussing this with sales manager Scott. He did sanction us going this low. Okay, now we really are borderline devaluing this gemstone. Somebody's just bought 3 strands of this. That's how impressive the price point is. I mean, I bet JFK didn't pay £10 for the Morganite he gave to Jackie.
Just imagine what you can get for a £10 note. You know, and if somebody turned around to you and said, you know, before you've just done that and said you get a strand of morganite for that, I'd have said, no, you can't. Be silly. I might get a cup of coffee, a sandwich, and perhaps a magazine if I'm lucky.
If you're lucky, don't take your kids wherever you're going for a coffee. It won't cost you £10 then.
No.
You know, I used to go out for a day and I used to buy myself some food, drink, maybe buy something, maybe pay for the car park. And I'd probably, that sounds so old, I'd probably have change in my wallet from my £10 note. Not anymore. Can't even buy lunch for the kids with £10. Often I think, I won't bother eating. 9.95 for morganite. We really are going above and beyond. This is how we give you the chance to own some of the most exclusive gemstones on the planet, but at the lowest possible prices. Actually, who's presenting on Gems TV and Rocks TV right now? Find out for us. I don't mind leaving this on screen because I do want to give as many people as possible the chance to own it, even though the price point is, well, it's
bonkers.
Gems TV, it's a thin, short girl. My producer doesn't know her name. Is it Rachel Hatton?
A thin, short girl.
It is Rachel Hatton. She's gorgeous. Okay, so it's not Steve. How about rocks? Oh, you can't get rocks in there. Go online and find out if Steve's presenting on rocks. I hope he is. He just spent about half an hour the other night explaining to everybody how difficult it is and the fact that it might be 100 years before we have another deposit or high yielding deposit of Quartzite. And yeah, if he's flicking through his array of channels right now, Emma Dyson, that means Steve's at home with his feet up. He's not in his office, is he? Where's Steve today, Linda? Do you know? Do you
Watching JewelleryMaker, probably.
Watching JewelleryMaker?
Yeah. So, you know what? Oh, watch out.
He says he's doing presenter assessment.
Yes.
From home on JewelleryMaker presenters.
And producer assessment as well. So I've heard. So there you go.
Oh, hello? Yeah, okay. I'm fired. I've never been able to do that gag on myself before. Right, okay. We're leaving that one with you because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Oh, Star Buy? You tell me. Is it not Star Buy? Star Buy. Slick as ever from us here at JewelleryMaker. Do you love the late show now, Linda?
Oh, I just love it.
Are you having fun?
Oh yeah, it just rolls in and it's so crisp and it's so, yeah, it's brilliant.
On the money every time from the boys on the late show. What's that? Oh yeah, I did distract the director by telling him to find out who was presenting on Rock. Bad workman blames his tools. I'm referring to myself as one of his tools now. Okay, have a look at this. Look at this combination of cultured pearls. Now, as I say, I've had quite a lot of focus on cultured pearls over the last few weeks. The reason for that is that our buying team recently went out to visit our suppliers. These are the same suppliers that work with us on Gems TV as well. So we've been working with the same cultured pearl suppliers for nearly 10 years now. And, you know, when you're working with people for a long time, you do build up a close relationship. It's just inevitable, isn't it? And basically, you build up a rapport, and also you build up a level of trust. That's what it's about. People like to work with people they can trust, people who they know are going to pay on time, people who they know are going to come back again and again and repeat their orders, because that makes both businesses, I suppose, a little more stable. And so I'm sure there are jewellery makers out there now who have that situation themselves, who've had people who've come back time and time again, giving them personal commissions because they love your work, they love the style that you create. And so we have that same relationship on a bigger scale with our pearl suppliers. Now, our pearl suppliers are some of the most fantastic people in the business, and they're also very honest with us because of that level of trust. They have informed us that over the next few months they're expecting to see new sanctions placed upon the cultured pearl industry as a whole, and around about 95% of all pearls are now cultured. You know, very rarely are you going to find, you know, a pearl that's sort of been, somebody's been diving for oysters. It's actually bad for the environment anyway to get hold of pearls that way, so you know, it's very rare to find those. About 95% of all pearls are now cultured. Can take about a year for every 1.5 millimeters of growth as well, so it's quite a labour intensive process. It's really a labour of love though, because what you actually create is something that's been hand carved by Mother Nature, but of course you feel like you've been involved. And so, you know, our pearl suppliers actually have a very rewarding way of working, I suppose, but they are expecting to see an overall increase. I'll just give you the figures. Basically, they're expecting about 20-25% increases, industry-wide increases, by the way, not just to us here at JewelleryMaker. And of course, because we do have this fantastic relationship with our suppliers, hopefully we'll still be able to get the best value on the market. And I am actually more confident in saying that on pearls than any other gemstone or mineral here at JewelleryMaker, because I do a lot of research into pearls and I just can't find suppliers that can rival us. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong places, maybe they do exist, but I certainly can't find them. And this is such an impressive bundle, because we've really taken all of these strands of pearls that we bought prior to this information coming into play, and so we can now give you a wholesale deal on cultured pearls, and we've actually put 7 together. Now, the more items we bundle together, the lower the price can go, the better the deal we can offer you. Have a look at this. Your classic white pearls combined with the metallic tones, your silver and your gold pearls. Now, these are actually 9mm potato pearls here. So you get the irregularities, you get those little rings on the surface of a gemstone. Actually, that's what really shows you that Mother Nature's been involved in the design process, if you like. And these are just fantastic because you're getting a different colour of pearlescence on each pearl. You're getting a lot of the pink hues from the silver tones, you're getting the lime greens on the golden pearls, and then you're getting this little sort of lilac shade on the classic white pearls. So those are your impact pearls. They're 9mm in size. They're making a significant impact on your designs. Continuing with those metallic tones, how about the golden pearls, but in a varied shape here, because we're looking at the coins, which actually do have a very slight variation. They range from 9x6 up to 11x9. That's your second strand. Gorgeous cultured pearls, perfect for all jewellery making scenarios, but you know, I know that they're particularly popular in bridal commissions, of course. And got another multicoloured strand, so again, lots of versatility as well. These are your little pearl, Keshi pearl nuggets, and I love Keshi pearls. They're so organic. I always think that they look fantastic used in wirework designs or tiara designs as little vine leaves and things like that.
Yeah, they look stunning if you bunch them.
Yes.
You know, really bunch them together. They're so organic, and they've got all these folds in them. They're absolutely beautiful, and they really do work in that design. All those little petals for flowers. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, you know, I'm always blown away by your jewellery designs, Linda, but in particular, your pearl designs are so elegant. I think, well, that's what pearls are, you know, and I don't think you can help but make sort of relatively, it all depends on which pearl you're using. You can make them really contemporary and really quite sort of dramatic, but certainly Keshi pearls are so beautiful that you can't help but make elegant jewellery. Even just one dangling from an earring finding. Makes an impact, yeah. Absolutely. So we've looked at a lot of versatile strands there. Well, those are sort of your showcase pearls. These are quite versatile. Now let's go for a bit of femininity. We've got your small peach baroque pearls. These are actually side drilled, so those are perfect, aren't they? Fantastic. So these are your peach pearls. They're 7x6mm. look at these classic white pearls. This is what I was teaming up with the onyx, the coated onyx earlier, these pearls. These are your white pearls, and they are ranging from 5x7 to 11x7. So quite a variation there, but of course we're talking about millimeters here, so it's actually quite subtle to the eye, but gorgeous. I absolutely love those. How about this? We've had a look at these as well, haven't we? We'll match those up with oh yes, the shell pearl. Remember the sort of pale blue or turquoise shell pearl? That looked great. So these are your purple cultured pearls, 7x6 mil, so you've got that elongation again, which I actually think adds to the look. And then another of the feminine tones. These are your natural pink pearls, and they are 5 mil in size. So 7 strands in total, a genuine wholesale deal on cultured pearls, a mineral we're expecting to see industry-wide increases in over the next 6 to 12 months or so. Anytime you get an opportunity to buy pearls from us at the moment, I would snap it up, particularly if we've created a wholesale bundle. I will tell you that my producer worked closely with the sales manager on this particular bundle in order to get the price as low as possible. What's up with Scott and Liam these days?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what it is. They've been given a remit, and that is to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. We've got to bring the price on screen. They're flying out the door. $29.95 for 7 strands of genuine cultured pearls. These are the real deal. These are, I suppose, minerals which are going to allow your customers to really differentiate you from other jewelers, because they're going to realise these aren't faux pearls, they're not plastic, they're not glass, they're the real deal, they're cultured pearls.
Yeah, absolutely. And making that point is, I think, pearl as a gemstone has been so copied and made into faux jewellery, hasn't it? So,
oh, absolutely.
You know, they do realise out there that it is such a stunning look that we want to try and machine make them. But you know what? You can see a cultured pearl right away. Yeah,
oh, absolutely. It's the finish.
It's the finish, it's the nacre on them, it's the shape, it's the organic look of them. Every single pearl has just got its own little unique
That's
character.
it, isn't it? It's got its own identity, each and every pearl.
Classic, timeless. You grow into pearls. If you're not into pearls now, trust me, you'll grow into pearls.
You will be, yeah.
Without a doubt.
You know why? Because they sell as well. Yeah. So even if you're not passionate about actually working with them, once you start making a bit of moolah, you'll become a little more impassioned about pearls, I'm sure of that. It tends to be bridal commissions that get people started with selling their designs,
certainly.
doesn't it?
I think that's the first.
Sorry.
It's just
Sorry, there was a rule of balance on the edge of the desk, and I just...
Yeah, I think with bridal, I think that's probably the first gemstone that pops into your head. You know, if you're given a bridal commission, you are expected to have pearls. And probably the next one is clear quartz, something like that, you know.
Yes.
But certainly pearls. I would say that in 90% of brides are going to have pearls somewhere.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, because as I say, I've done a few pearl shows recently, but at my sister's wedding recently, all of the bridal party were actually given a pearl as their favour. So they're all given a pearl necklace, but they were given it just before they walked up the aisle. So in the photos, they're all wearing the same pearl.
That's beautiful, isn't it? And again, when we were talking about the buttons on the druzy earlier, you know, pearl buttons are huge.
Oh yeah, of course, on bridal gowns. That is quite common. Even I do that. Let's have a look at this fantastic array of jewellery that Linda's put together. If you were thinking, oh, pearls aren't really my thing, how about this? A little bit of inspiration. I think pearls will become your thing. And that's the beauty of having this variety in this bundle, because you can create so many different looks. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, when I'm given a bundle you know, to make up on air, sometimes you think, oh, you know, how am I going to make this work? But when Liam gave me the pearls earlier, he will corroborate this. I said, wow, thanks. I said, that's just a fantastic bundle to have. And I'm astonished, actually, even with making up, how well and how many pieces, and I've still got a few left over, how many pieces of jewellery it's made. Just those 7 strands, and I've been really heavy on the
pearls. You've created 8 pieces of jewellery this time. You've got a probably you could put together a couple more.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about what, £4 per piece? I mean, no pearl jewellery is going to sell for £4. Trust me, when people look on the high street, when people look in boutique windows, they are seeing 3-figure sums day in, day out for cultured pearl jewellery.
Yeah, well, I bought mine 4 years, well, my husband bought me mine 4 years ago, and they were 3 figures, and the first figure was a 7. So, you know, I'd waited a long time for them. Oh,
don't get me wrong, Linda. I think you're worth 2 of those.
But honestly, they're probably 6 mil, 5 mil. They're beautiful, but they were very, very, very expensive. There you go. And you expect it with pearls.
Those are the kind of price points that don't really shock me anymore, because as I said, people are really charging a premium for genuine cultured pearl jewellery.
And they'll get more as time goes to the next few weeks.
Of course, yeah. When the increases start happening
feeds back to us.
The suppliers, of course, that's going to have a knock-on effect for the customer, isn't it?
Definitely.
I mean, if you just restranded that, added a beautiful sterling silver clasp,
gorgeous.
I mean, you could potentially treble your money that you've paid for the whole bundle.
Absolutely.
You've still got 6 strands of pearls to work with. They are flying out the door. Around about half the stock's been allocated because we did have a healthy stock level. As I say, these are the pearl strands that we have purchased prior to the new sanctions taking place, so we can still offer these price points. I mean, to bring you 7 strands of pearls at Christmas time might be impossible, I don't know.
Yeah.
Certainly for this price point, I wouldn't expect to see it. So as I say, a great opportunity to stock up on one of our fastest selling minerals here at JewelleryMaker. Unbelievable. I'm going to leave that one there. I'm going to go back over here, let you get on with the citrine designs. Thanks for that though, Linda. Fantastic suite of jewellery.
It was a pleasure to work with them.
A pleasure to work with gorgeous pearls. Now we'll give you a quick look at the superstar buy that Linda's currently working with. So we're going to see another inspirational design this evening, this time featuring, well, one of the most inspirational cuts we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. Gorgeous citrine. Coming up in an hour as our superstar buy, so that will close the show for us in 1 hour's time. We are going to move on. We're going to do an impromptu clearance deal. We're going to do 2. My word, because me and Linda were waxing lyrical about the pearls for so long, we're going to do these back to back and then give you a star buy. It's just treat after treat after treat tonight. Okay, so this is the silver plated copper findings kit, but you get 3 in total. So you actually get 345 pieces of silver plated copper. We'll show you everything that you get in a findings kit, and this is a great way to replenish all of your stocks, particularly if you are making sort of everyday pieces. So maybe you like to have a huge collection of jewellery, maybe you like to create a bespoke design for each outfit. Working with the base metals allows you to create lots of different designs on a short-term basis, but also it allows you to be a little bit more experimental, I suppose, because you still got the high-end finish because of the silver plating, but when you're working with the base metal, you don't have to be quite as precious about how you're using it.
I mean, for many, we haven't been here for many years, but for probably at least 2 years, we were just offering the 925 silver, weren't we, findings? And then everybody had a meeting, I know, and we decided just to bring in the silver plated because there is a big market out there, and you are providing a choice for customers, because you can make up the same piece of jewellery either in the 925 or in the and it'll look the same, but obviously it's price. Yes. There's a difference, isn't there, in the price?
I mean, it's more affordable to plate the base metal than it is to create genuine precious sterling silver. That's everything you'll get in one pack. A metre of chain, 3 different kinds of head pins, your ribbon cord endings, your toggle clasps, your shepherd hooks, your spacer beads, your jump rings and your crimp beads, giving you 115 pieces in total. You'll actually get this 3 times over as part of this clearance deal. There it is. Perfect. So there you go. As if by magic, everyone's dynamo tonight, aren't they? Normally it'd be $7.95 per pack. And as Linda says, that's actually a fantastic opportunity, because for quite a while we only had sterling silver. Whoa!
Goodness me.
$12.95. That is the same Buy one, get two for £5.
Goodness.
Almost sounds silly to say that. Normally one is £7.95. Tonight, buy one, get two extra ones for just £5. You know, findings are the one thing that I suppose some people neglect, because of course gemstones are the romantic side of jewellery making, and they're the ones that suck you in and tell you a story, but findings are far more essential.
Well, they're the mechanics, aren't they?
Yes,
jewellery making,
that's the word I was looking for. Yeah.
I like to use findings within a design. I like to make the findings actually have a little bit of a centre stage as well, you know, or a stage if you can. But the main thing about this offer is you go out there and you try and find those findings anywhere else. Try and find those findings. That I would actually sort of say you're going to have a lot of legwork.
Do you know what? I hear this time and time again from the most experienced designers as well, the people that I know who have been, you know, involved in supplying goods from other people before JewelleryMaker existed. Debbie Bolford says the exact same thing as you about sourcing headpins.
And you know, you get sort of 10 headpins for £6.95 if you can find the headpins to start with. That's the other frustrating thing, is going out and finding them.
Well, Debbie always used to say to me that one of the most impressive thing about our findings packs was having the ball head pins, because everywhere else she goes, she only sees the flat head pins. Of course, now we've taken that one step further. I mean, look at these. These can add so much character to your design. These are little diamond-headed ones. I mean, I'm thinking you can actually make a real feature of that, can't you?
Well, you can flip them, Ed, with your flat nose pliers. Just flip them so that then the gemstone can dangle, and that little diamond shape will be beneath it, but not on a flat plane, on a face plane.
Or if you wanted to, you could actually use them as a feature in the earlobe and have another gemstone. So sort of like use this as a stud, and then have.
They're a mechanic, but they're also a design facility too.
I see a lot of the designers these days actually focusing on creating features of the findings in the design. So for example, you can have the clasp at the front.
Yeah, definitely.
Or if you are actually you know, into your steampunk designs, for example, that's really playing on your terminology there, isn't it? Because the idea is that you show the mechanics. So,
yes, definitely.
Yeah, it's perfect. 3 of those for £12.95 does represent incredible value. In fact, in unspeakable value, really, because buy one, get 2 more findings packs for £5. That's totally ridiculous. And lots and lots of people taking advantage of that. Got people multi-buying that, so they've got hundreds and hundreds of findings heading their way. Now, we're just discussing how important it is to have findings that not only do the job, but also maybe add to the actual creativity of the design, so they can become a feature of the design. Our head pins absolutely do that. On this occasion, we are going to bring you the flat head pins, which I know most people are confident in using, particularly people who did start jewellery making before we existed, because this is really all you can find on the open market. So they're quite popular, and of course when you're confident of working with something, you'll find that the finish is always that little bit better. You're always a little bit happier with the outcome when you feel confident with what you're doing. So always important to still have your flat head pins, of course. And these are silver plated copper head pins. They're 43mm in length, and you've got the 3mm head on them. I might just have to take one out of the packet just to show you, because it doesn't look very attractive there. Now, as part of this particular deal, you're getting 500 head pins. You get 100 in each pack. We have bundled 5 together to create a wholesale clearance deal. You can see there the round flat head pin, 43mm length. I mean, in actual fact, a lot of the time you might not need all of that length. So if you do cut away, don't throw it away, because you could just create a loop and you could have a little eye pin out of that as well, couldn't you?
That's right, yes.
Whoa! Currently, these are available on our website for $3.95 each. That works out at $19.70. Is that right? 75. Sorry. What's wrong with my brain tonight? Can't talk, can't do maths. I'm useless. $19.75 normally. we've taken it down to $7.95. This doesn't compute with me. This is really, really low. This is a sales manager price. Once again, the producer is not prepared to take responsibility for this price point. $7.95 for 500 silver-plated headpins.
Gosh.
When we talk about wholesale deals, this is what we're thinking about, isn't it? This is where we want to be. We want to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, and to bring you this kind of value is remarkable, really.
I've got a favourite design actually that relies on headpins. Literally getting a chain and wrap looping as many gemstones into a link of chain as possible. So I could get 5 or 6 gemstones into a small link of chain like the chain I'm using now. But I once did this, the first time I did this design, I used 211 headpins.
Really?
Literally on it. And you know what, I would have been so disappointed had I run out of headpins and not been able to complete it.
Oh, so frustrating. You know, the first piece of jewellery I ever made, Linda, I went through the whole process. It was a chainmail design.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
What I get into.
So it's so frustrating.
I didn't have a clasp.
Yeah, it's
so
really frustrating not to have what you want, particularly when you're working through a design that you particularly want to do. And as I say, this design relies on me having a stash of headpins, and I love it.
There you go. I'll tell you the other sort of commercial side of that is, of course, if you've got a personal commission, you've been given a deadline, and you run out of a finding, you can't complete the design on time.
Well, time is money.
You're going to lose.
You know, if you've got to rush out
sale.
and find some, time is money, really, isn't it? So.
Absolutely. So always important to stock up on your essentials whenever you can. That's my advice. That's Linda's advice. And at $7.95 for 500 headpins, that's really, really impressive. Okay, we've got to bring that one to a close because it is now time to bring you yet another star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. Time flies when you're having fun, and everyone has fun when they're with luscious Linda. That's the word on the street. That's what I hear. I've known Linda for a long time. Me and her go way back. Have a look at this. Now, this is your Harlequin bundle. I love this. I love the combination of colours, and I love the fact that we've got featured gemstones and seed beads in the same bundle. Linda, you're going to love this as well.
Yes, I know I am.
Because once again, we've got the Aragonite, also known as iron flowers, because of those branch-like crystal structures that are formed in the calcite when it does form. Now, these have been classified as red Aragonite. They're almost, they're more of a coral tone, actually. That's how I would describe them. More of a sort of tropical red, or it's got a little pink hue to it as well, isn't it?
Hot pink.
Hot pink, really, you'd go for. Yeah, and actually, really impressive banding. And look at that.
Gorgeous,
so much character to them, isn't there?
I mean, almost as much as, you know, some of the banded agates that you get.
Yes, similar to that, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Gorgeous. And then we have got, well, the perfect accompaniment to any gemstone. It's a neutral, but it's a neutral that adds depth because you've got your black obsidian. Now, the interesting thing about black obsidian is that you do get an optical effect. Very, very difficult to show you that in our studio. Maybe you'll be able to. Oh, you can see it. Yes, there you go. Very high quality obsidian. I rarely am able to show you this. It's almost like a silver or a gold shimmer inside there. Almost looks like a little solar system or a little galaxy inside the gemstone, doesn't it? I wonder if I can get it on the next one. Oh, I did just get it. I did just see it. A little golden shimmer. So, really interesting gemstone, and adds depth, of course, because you do get the jet black base tone, but of course, whenever you see that little shimmer, that little metallic shimmer, and that is effectively, I suppose, like fossilised ash from a volcanic eruption. That's how obsidian forms, and so the ash is actually trapped inside the crystal formation, but you can still see it when the light hits the gemstone. Really, really impressive, and quite significant sizes here. These are your statement gemstones. You've got 16 by 12 mil in your Aragonite, and then you've got 14 mil puffy coins of your black Obsidian, and then we've given you the corresponding seed beads. So, I mean, actually, you could create quite delicate soutache designs, really.
Yes, definitely.
I mean, these could almost be used as a cabochon, couldn't
they? And a lot of soutache designs now, I've noticed, particularly competition soutache pieces, are really bright colours. Really bright colours.
Is soutache a competitive
genre
then?
Oh yes, there's like round robin competitions throughout the world.
Okay. Now, people who know me will know that I can be a little competitive. And people who don't know me, I can be very competitive. I'm getting into soutache. You mean you can compete at jewellery making? I love this.
Yes, absolutely.
I could watch competitive tiddlywinks. They should introduce it to the Commonwealth Games. They get one viewer. I could watch anything. How about this? Faceted rounds of red agate. These are your 2 mil faceted rounds. That's micro faceting. Very, very difficult process to actually facet gemstones that are so small and delicate, but it does enhance the look because you get that gorgeous impact of the sparkle, but from such a small gemstone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you've got the same in your black agate 2 mil faceted rounds. Beautiful. Amazing, really. So it's a very comprehensive bundle, this, because really it's a design brief in itself, isn't it?
Definitely. If you've got any of the cabochons that we've been putting to air lately, there's nothing nicer than seeing, in my view, seeing a nice cabochon which has got 3 or 4 wraps of the tiny seed beads around the edge, encapsulating it so it's coming across the cab like a cushion, and it's just so beautiful.
Oh, Linda, I brought a cabochon deal last night, 2,400 carats, a huge array of cabochons. There were definitely cabochons in there that would go with these.
Definitely. Well, that's the next purchase then, are the little 2 and 3 mils to go around the cabochons.
There you go, then a must-have for anybody who invested in our cabochon deal yesterday evening. It's available right now for $14.95. You've got your seed beads and your statement gemstones. You've got your beautiful hot pink Aragonite, your jet black Obsidian, your seed beads of agate in both black and red. And look at this, we're saying it's a design brief because all the gemstones work together. We'll just see how well they work together in this particular design. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, this has been put together by Sue. And what I really like about it is that, you know, because the gemstones have made such an impact on the piece of jewellery, she can afford to be, you know, a little more experimental perhaps in creating fastening. So using ribbon as a fastening, which is very on trend at the moment. If you go on the high street, you see very sort of gem heavy pieces with ribbon at the back, isn't it?
Very much so.
Really, really popular. This is available right now for $14.95 for all 4 strands. A hugely impressive wholesale deal, and that's why it's a star buy. So trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and I think so far this evening we have definitely succeeded. Now don't forget, coming up as our superstar buy at the end of the show, this incredible strand of citrine coming from our cut collection, and this will have been cut by one of our most experienced lapidarists, and I mean, it's just out of this world. We'd be hard pushed to justify to the owner of the company why we've got this on JewelleryMaker and why it hasn't been set into 9 carat, maybe even 18 carat gold. But don't worry, I'll sort him out. I'll tell him, because jewellery makers need to work with the best as well. And that opportunity is coming up in around about 45 minutes time. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more clearance deals. Don't go away.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire booties and an ornamental box. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer McKay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to the final hour of the late show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed and I am joined by the fantastically talented and very beautiful, luscious Linda. She's here. You were just about to... She'll pay me later. You were just about to take me through a design. Do you want to come over here and show us a work in progress, or do you not?
I don't know whether the camera will pick it up.
Right.
But if you just hold those separate, just hold that, keep the other two out of the way.
Okay.
And if the camera can pick it up really closely, because of the fantastic way that the gemstone's been cut, this concave cut, you get a star. If you flick it round onto its face, look, there it is.
Yes, we got it
in the middle.
That's incredible.
Isn't that
now that goes to show you how lapidary work can actually enhance a gemstone.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's why I've been sort of looking at them because they've just got this gorgeous, proper, goodness knows how many pointed stars.
And I love the style already. I know it's just
it's not quite
a work in progress, but I just love the way it's going already. Gorgeous. Oh, that's really impressive. Thank you.
Beautiful.
So Linda is currently working with our superstar by the citrine, which is coming up in about half an hour, so I better crack on because we've got a lot of clearance deals to fit in. The remaining clearance deals are with my producer and they could be brought in at any time, any random time, so just hold your horses, but have your phone in hand. Don't forget, if you do enjoy watching JewelleryMaker shows, but maybe at this time in the evening your TV gets commandeered, for example, maybe somebody's, I don't know, been out of work all day and they take over the TV when they get in. Don't forget you can watch all of the JewelleryMaker shows live at JewelleryMaker.com, and you can do that on your tablet or your laptop or your smartphone. So if you've got a clever mobile phone, you can actually watch the show live on JewelleryMaker.com on your phone. We're going to move on though, and we're going to give you clearance deals. Where we can start? Right, thank you. Another variety of gemstones but similar cuts, and I like that in this clearance deal because again it gives you different design opportunities. And well, with this one we're talking probably over the last couple of shows about the idea of working a season ahead, starting to plan now for the autumn and winter craft fairs. These for me are a winter wonderland piece waiting to happen. You've got the gorgeous sort of icicle-like feel from the clear quartz, and then you've got these sort of sky blues and icy blues that work so beautifully in the opal. So that's fantastic. And actually, how about this? An October birthstone piece of jewellery here, but with a bit of a difference. Most people are going to think of that traditional variety of opal, the jelly opal, but you could potentially offer your customers something a little bit different, an alternative variety of opal with this gorgeous sky blue and powder blue tone, and then really the perfect accent to any gemstone. Always important to have clear quartz in your stash, but because of the cuts mirroring one another, this would just work so perfect. You could just alternate them, couldn't you? Sort of down plunging neckline for, you know, well, party season creeps up on us every year, doesn't it?
Definitely. If anybody can look on Facebook, JewelleryMaker Facebook today, as I'm just referring back again to that same design by Frankie this afternoon, where she did a torque necklace with a signatic quartz. So there's a design there ready and waiting to inspire you exactly with these gemstones. And that particular design that she did this afternoon would look absolutely amazing with those opals there.
Oh, that's a great
really will.
idea.
If you just have a look on the Facebook photos.
Yes, you'll be able to find them quite easily because they were only uploaded at 5 PM. Yes,
lovely
you'll be able
design.
to find them.
Make a really modern, contemporary look.
Well, the other thing about this cut that I always think is quite on trend is that they always almost look quite tribalistic, you know, tribal style jewellery is quite in, but with a bit of a difference because of the colour tones.
Yeah, definitely. Just restranded as well, just gives a phenomenal
just because you've got the graduation.
The graduation, yeah.
Okay, currently available at $23.90, but right now we're taking it down to a clearance price of $14.95. Unbelievable, $23.90 down to $14.95. That is a genuine clearance opportunity. Don't forget, when we create a clearance bundle, not only are we aiming to give you a wholesale deal, but it's a little bit urgent because you only get 60 minutes to get involved with this deal. So in 60 minutes time, you would have to buy these individually and it would set you back $23.90. So easily your best opportunity to get involved. $14.95, a clearance deal. We're going to leave that one with you, and actually I'll tell you what, the clear quartz with the pearls for bridal pieces, they'd work gorgeously. I mean, tiara designs or...
Yeah, definitely. If you've got something like a bridal design but you want it to be a little bit more quirky, a little like a lot of brides, they have the little 50s dresses and that wants it to be a little bit more quirky, that would make a stunning bridal necklace.
Absolutely.
The clear quartz.
Yeah, I'll totally agree. Okay, $14.95 is your clearance price. We're going to move on. Sorry, guys, sorry. Oh, well, this is actually something that I would probably match up with the previous bundle because you're almost going through a range of colour tones there, and I'll show you. You go from the clarity of your clear quartz into those icy blues on your opal, leading you into the rich royal blues of your lapis lazuli. How about that? So you're spanning a particular colour scheme then, aren't you? Now, on top of that, you've also got this gorgeous and characteristic heart-shaped carving. Love that combination, the powder blues and the navy blues or royal blues. Now, on this particular bundle, you've got those heart shapes, which are so popular. So many crafters telling us that hearts fly out the door at craft fairs, and here you really don't have to do a great deal of work because the gemstone itself is offering you a little bit of character. It's got these iron or pyrite inclusions. Just to be clear, pyrite forms from iron, so you know it'd be difficult to distinguish between them, but you can see that you've got that golden tone on the surface of the gemstone. It looks identical to pyrite, and so yeah, you've got iron and pyrite inclusions there, so you get that little almost metallic shimmer on the surface. And of course, this particular gemstone, very, very popular with the ancient Egyptians, and Cleopatra herself used to be very fond of this gemstone. I know famously we talk about the fact that she would use it as makeup. She'd actually grind up lapis lazuli and she would apply it as eyeshadow, so she'd have the royal blues and the sparkle of the gold on her eyelids. But the ancient Egyptians also set lapis lazuli into jewellery designs. We've actually been trading for lapis lazuli for over 4,000 years. So it just goes to show you how revered this is as a gemstone. Thousands and thousands of years of people really understanding and appreciating the aesthetic beauty that this has to offer, and then along come our lapidarists and take it one stage further. They create this gorgeous heart-shaped carving, which of course has a number of different applications. You can either use these within romantic designs for a loved one, or of course, you know, could be platonic love or friendship or a relative. Maybe create a pair of earrings for your mum. Still very you know, there's strong associations with love when you're working with the heart shapes, I suppose. 12mm in size, should be, was it $17.90? Right now I've just taken it down to $11.95. Another huge saving there, and about £6 back in your pocket. Can't go wrong, can you? Unbelievable there. If you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. We only have a limited number available of this, of course. Whenever we're creating a double deal as part of a clearance segment, we're actually sort of halving our stock levels, so it does become quite a limited opportunity. Down from $17.90 to $11.95, you could simply create gorgeous pairs of earrings with these, couldn't you? You only need 2 gemstones, you're going to make a massive impact, and of course that's probably the most profitable way to work with any gemstone strand, is to use a little bit less of it.
It's a beautiful gemstone, lapis is. I mean, I just love the name, lapis lazuli. I think it's such a beautiful name.
It's not easy for everyone to say.
No, that's one of them I can say. There's a lot I can't. But no, you can use them, the heart shapes, as flowers, freestanding hearts, flowers, or little bows if you put tip to tip, point to point. Bows.
Yes, absolutely. I can do that today because I've got 2 different strands, so it'll be quite easy. So yeah, you can make little bows. Oh, on a hair comb? Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely on a hair comb, hair band. Fantastic, wouldn't it? Or actually, if anybody saw the wirework shoe design yesterday, perfect for that. Create a little bow on the front. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, yes. You like that? Yeah, absolutely perfect on the toe. Definitely. That is the kind of design, Linda, I have to say. I saw that design yesterday. You know that I'm fond of your work, you know, like that, but that design yesterday is the kind of design that I think would really bring it home to people who are thinking about, you know, the potential of jewellery making. When you see that, I mean, I can't imagine any woman I know not wanting to own that pair of shoes. Yeah. Absolutely, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, I'm at JewelleryMaker regularly. I'm on air and this, that, and the other. But I was hooked on that show yesterday afternoon. Was it yesterday or was it the day before? No, it was yesterday. It was the mid-show yesterday. Yeah. I was just absolutely blown away with that Alison's design on that. I thought, where did she get that from? But you know, I just wish I could tap into that. I was wrong. Was it the day before? Tuesday. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting confused with my days as well. Okay. Sorry, Linda. But whenever it was anyway, I mean, that's going to go down in there. I saw it on Facebook yesterday, and that's why I'm confused. Sorry. Right. I saw the pictures, but it was actually on Tuesday. So if you did want to find that, it is available on YouTube. Search for Tuesday's Inspiration Show, whatever it is. Yeah, but no, those lapis would be great for that. They're fantastic, wouldn't they? Yeah. There you go. Have a look at this for a combination. It's another duo where you're getting one gemstone that offers you the impact, the colour tone, and the other offers you the perfect accent because you've got the clarity here from your clear quartz again. So you've got 100 carats of clear quartz, this time in your plain rondelles. And of course we were with Mark last night and he was really showing us the potential of these strands. He's saying you could set them this way as you see them, or you can set them actually flat. And of course, if you are creating macrame designs, for example, that means they go a little bit further. Yeah, you can set them sort of face on. Put the face. Yeah. You can. And then have a look at this. $90 carats in total. And these are your peach moonstones. We've already talked about the legacy attached to this as a gemstone, but the alternative and possibly more feminine variety here, this should normally cost you over £20. Both strands coming from our Gems of Distinction range. We've just taken it down to the clearance price of $13.95. And despite the fact that these are classified as peach moonstone and that you do get the slight peach hues, I would say often they range into a greater depth of colour, so you get the sort of tangerines. These don't. These start at a peach tone and actually get a little more subtle, so by the end of it you're actually getting golden hues and champagne tones from this particular strand of peach moonstone. Again, I think it looks
you've got
so
this
elegant.
almost like sunstone to look at it, isn't it, as well, that moonstone? It's got
absolutely
beautiful sunstone
it does.
qualities.
You don't get the same golden shimmer
You don't
because
get
you haven't got the
adventurescence
inclusions.
type
Yeah,
thing,
exactly.
do you?
But you've
it's
still
that-
got the
it's
schiller.
That beautiful schiller from it, yeah.
Absolutely incredible. That's a fantastic deal because again, you've got versatility from the cuts and of course from the gemstones. $13.95, a huge price reduction this evening. We'll move on though, we've got lots to get through. I was hoping you'd do this. Now, I know that this is going to be quartz, isn't it? Okay, I can tell from the sort of waxy luster that you've got on the surface of the gemstone, but how much does it look like chrome dioxide?
Yeah.
It should be called chrome dioxide quartz, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should do, definitely.
You've got the same vividness of colour.
You've got the same vividness, and you've also got the same sort of light that comes through it.
Yes, it is. It's displacing the light in a very similar way,
Yeah.
isn't it? Almost like it's glowing from the
Yeah.
inside, like chrome dioxide does. Absolutely. So it almost is identical to chrome dioxide. Of course, you are working with quartz. I suppose the benefit of working with quartz as opposed to chrome dioxide is that it's a much denser gemstone. Quartz is around about 7 on the Mohs scale, so quite a dense scale. The Mohs scale is the scale of density for rocks and gemstones, and it goes from 1 to 10. 10 is a diamond, the hardest element known to man, and then quartz is around about 7 on the Mohs scale, whereas chrome dioxide will probably be a little bit lower than that. I think maybe 5.5. I could be wrong, I'll check that for you. But quartz certainly I think is going to be a little denser than chrome dioxide, and so also because the price point of chrome dioxide versus quartz is going to be totally different, isn't it? Quartz, one of the most common elements making up the Earth's crust, whereas chrome dioxide, coming from a handful of locations, a gemstone we can only mine for maybe 2-3 months a year, so far more difficult to get hold of chrome dioxide, and when you do, you're going to have paid a premium. So it could be that, especially if you're creating everyday pieces, if you just want the look, but you don't necessarily need to own that very prestigious gemstone, this could form the perfect substitute. Apart from anything else, it's absolutely gorgeous in its own right. I'm just drawn to the association with chrome dioxide because it's so similar. Now these are your plain rondelles, so they've got that polished finish to them, but they're quite large. They range in size from 6x3 to 9x3. Quite a significant look. I mean, they look gorgeous as charms because that
It's a
traditional
Christmas strand
rondelle
to me. As soon as I look at it, I think Christmas.
There
It's
you
your Christmas
go.
Day jewellery.
We've
isn't
won
it?
you over.
Yeah.
At the start of the show, you were like, "Oh, I don't want to think about that," and now you're
Yeah.
coming up with crimbo suggestions.
Yeah, well, as soon as I see that, I think, because on Christmas Day, I do like to be like the fairy off the
you
top
get
of
a
the
little bit
Christmas
festive,
tree.
do you?
Yeah, and put my Christmas jewellery on.
Why not? So you can create gorgeous Christmas designs. Oh, and last night we had those agates that Mark had worked with, the cranberry coloured agates. Was it agate? Faceted rounds? Those would be perfect with this, honestly. And okay, currently available for $15.90, so they're normally $7.95. But tonight, buy one get one for £2. Once again, $9.95 for the two here. Normally you pay $7.95 for one, and these are going to make a huge impact on your designs. Actually, it's quite interesting what you were saying, because when I put a bit of skin tone behind it, you get that sort of forest green, that depth of colour. Hold it up here, get a little bit of light passing through it. Look at that sort of inner glow that you've got from the gemstones. Look at that.
Lovely.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Totally
beautiful.
different look when you get a little bit of light passing through it.
Yeah, but when you put it onto a living, breathing person, it takes on a whole new character. Then when you put it onto skin,
yeah, I
so
agree.
a gemstone does respond to, you know.
And I suppose it's all about how you set the gemstone. It's what you match it up with,
Yeah.
what metal tone you set it with. That's going to give it a new lease of life, if you like.
Absolutely,
Yeah, that's what
absolutely,
really makes the
absolutely.
gemstones come to life. That's why I get so excited when we look at the Wall of Fame designs on the morning show.
Yeah.
and somebody's used a gemstone that I've seen in the flesh, or that I've even been responsible for doing the presentation on, that really excites me, because it you know, gives me some perspective on how people are using the gemstones.
Yeah, and you know, it's just great to have feedback how people use the gemstones that we sell here. It's lovely to see the varied ways that they use them.
Totally agree.
You know, everybody's so different.
Well, that's what really sort of drives our company, isn't it? The fact that people are so impassioned by what we're doing. So, you know, it's a two-way street here at JewelleryMaker. We like to listen to you, and we hope that you appreciate all of the inspiration our designers give us, but also, of course, the wholesale deals we're able to provide you with. Well, we've talked a few times about versatility, options, and essentials. Ticking every box. Black agate in faceted rounds. Well, if you're creating, you know, party pieces, evening wear, especially for the upcoming party season, this is where it's at. That's such a traditional, elegant and sophisticated look, isn't it? The luster.
You can't go wrong with it at all, black agate. You really can't. I mean, it works completely on its own, but it'll work with absolutely anything else you want to put with it.
Absolutely.
You know, but it looks absolutely gorgeous on its own. Just restrand that as a, and it's just stunning because of the glow and the sparkle from it.
I like it with yellow gold, because black and gold just seems to work so well.
Yeah.
But it would work with silver.
Oh, definitely, it will work with silver,
just
just a slightly different edge to it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It depends whether you're going for, say, like opulence, sophistication, or whether you're going for elegance and subtlety, the silver and the gold. But interesting that when you're looking at a gemstone, you can go immediately to the end of the design process and start picking out your metal tone, because you know the gemstone's going to work.
Yeah, and again, it's a timeless gemstone, black onyx. It's completely timeless. The Victorians loved it.
Yep.
It's been used in jewellery forever. I mean, even going back way before the Victorians, black onyx has been used in all sorts of ways. Because it's onyx, and onyx can be carved, it can be, you know.
Just to be clear, even though you've got the exact same look, this is actually black agate.
Oh, sorry, I
thought
you said it was
no,
onyx.
but I can understand why you've actually made that assumption, because that's exactly what it looks like. And
well, agate's even probably easier, isn't it, to
oh my word, my producer, sorry Linda, I just got a little distracted, and I was listening to you, but my producer's just a little bit upset with himself.
Oh.
He was just messing around with the prices, and he put in the price of one strand so he could get an idea of how much he should offer for the other one, and he accidentally crashed it down to that price, and so now it's buy one get one free.
Okay then, we'll go for it quickly.
I should say so. Unfortunately, we've actually created a 60-second queue on the phone lines, because I think a few people actually realised before me what Liam had done. This is a buy one get one free.
Go for it, quick as you can.
330 carats. Is that for one strand? No, sorry, does that carat weight on there, is that for both strands, 330? That's per strand. So you're now getting over 600 carats of black agate, and these are statement sizes. They're 11 mils, and often we only have the even rounds. 11 mil rounds, buy one get one free. They're a must-have, and unfortunately we only have a quarter of the stock remaining, and I've actually got about 20 people with it placed in their baskets. Please check out. I think some people might end up missing out there, but don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of the award-winning help team who will help you to add that to your order if you wish, or if there's any stock left, more likely. Oh, Sam's just walked back in the room. She won't be happy she missed out on that one.
No,
I'll tell you after. It's time now for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now, I suppose, for our final Star Buy of the evening, because in about 15-20 minutes we are going to bring you our Super Star Buy. Right now though, have a look at this. A 3-strand pack, and again, this is a similar combination to what we looked at on the opal and the clear quartz, because you've got that winter wonderland vibe going on here. The combination of the clarity, those icy hues, combined with the gorgeous icy blues. So it's quite a traditional combination, particularly as we do start to think about, I'm afraid, the end of the summer months and the beginning of the autumn and winter crafting season. Linda just rolled her eyes at me. Have you already been away, Linda?
Well, I've been away with the family and the twins, which wasn't
not
really
holiday,
holiday. No. So no, I haven't had my proper one yet.
Ah, okay. So you're yet to go away. Yeah. That's why you're still
exactly,
thinking.
Yeah. Oh yes.
I don't want to start
I'm
thinking
still
about
well
Christmas.
into summer. Thank you.
It looks like I've been away. That's just because I like going walking in the sun. Loads of people are like, where have you been? Have a nice time? I always do get a good tan, I must say. Now, the bundle that I was referring to earlier that I think is a classic combination and works really well is the opal and the clear quartz slabs. Now, you could easily combine these two bundles. Look at that. Just mirrors one another, doesn't it? So you've got, if you've got the slabs, then you've got the alternative cuts. That could work beautifully. Actually, what you've got here are faceted rounds of white agate. You've got 3mm rounds, and then you've got your aqua blue quartzite. Plain drops, they're 14 by 10mm in size, and do you know what that strand says to me? Aqua. French for water. So this is your tranquil fancy. Now the faceted rounds of white agate, do you actually get both strands? So you get 2 strands of these 3mm faceted white agate rounds. I mean, again, for all of the soutache artists out there, you've got to stock up on your seed beads, haven't you?
Yeah, and your cabochon wrapping, and their accents as well.
Yes.
Highlighter beads for me.
Yeah, because they're so neutral, I suppose they go with anything.
Yeah, particularly when we get the launch of the lace and things like that. You know, you really are going to want your little. You're going to really, you trust me, you are really going to want.
You are definitely going to want to stock up on your 3mm faceted rounds of white agate for your lace designs, definitely. No doubt. And actually, if you got hold of the pearls earlier on, because you've got bridal commissions, they're the perfect accent.
It's the perfect, yeah, absolutely perfect. Pearls and quartz, whether it's faceted or clear, are exactly what you want for bridal.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the beauty of working with a gemstone like this for me is that because they're offering you clarity, because they've been faceted and they sparkle so beautifully, they do add to the design, but because they have got that neutrality, because they haven't got a colour tone, they don't detract from the focal point of the design. So they really are the perfect accent. They're doing their job, if you like.
Exactly.
3-strand pack here of your icy blue tones. I mean, this is crying out to be set into silver, I would argue, and that is exactly how Sue has used this particular bundle. Sue is our on-site jewellery maker who works with our bundles, maybe to provide you with a little bit of inspiration, but also to show you how well the gemstones complement one another. And I would say on this design, it does. Do you know what that looks like to me? You know, on a winter's morning, November, where the frost has gone on a spider's web, a cobweb. Yeah. And it actually is an iconic sort of wintry image, isn't it? The frost or the dewdrops on the spider web. That's what it looks like. So powerful. Okay, we're going to have to bring the price on screen because so many people are already investing, and that is the reason why. The price point, £10 for 3 strands here. And again, think about how labour intensive it is to actually create 3mm faceted rounds of your white agate. £10. £10 for 3 strands. Oh, sorry, you might not have heard it. Hopefully not. Oh, okay. If anybody at home heard it, I had my mobile phone on set earlier because I was setting timers for clearance deals, and I'm definitely getting old. I can't figure out how it works, so I thought I'd turned all the ringtones off, but it just made a sound. Nobody heard it anyway, so it doesn't matter. £10 for the Tranquil Fancy deal. I thought I was going to get in trouble. Nobody's batted an eyelid. I'm getting in trouble now for stopping talking about gemstones. £10 for your aqua blue quartzite and your faceted white agate rounds. Lots and lots of people getting involved for that deal, so we are going to leave it with you. Wow, look at that. I mean, that just goes to show you that you can keep it quite simple and still create hugely effective and beautiful
and
designs.
that's a good exercise in showing you how brilliant the hole is in a tiny gemstone, because the head pins have gone through.
You're quite right. So those are tiny 3mm faceted rounds, and as you can see, the head pin's gone straight through, and still been able to create the little, you know, eye loop to continue the design. So really, really easy to work with as well. Fantastic. And actually, Salim said he was thinking that because they had larger drill holes. He's becoming a right jewellery maker, isn't he?
He's becoming a groupie.
So that was a stab idea, and coming up in 10 minutes time, one of the most impressive gemstone strands we've ever brought you, certainly in terms of its cut and possibly its colour saturation, because very rarely do we see citrine not just with this depth of colour but the consistency across the strand. Every single gemstone is offering you that same golden hue. Often you'll get slight variations where something's a little paler than others. Here, beautiful consistency of colour, and that's really how a master jeweller would classify a gemstone. They're talking about, you know, vivid yellows. They want to see a consistent colour hue through the entire gemstone. That's what you've got with that particular strand of citrine, and it's cut as though it's about to be set into 18 karat gold as well. So it's a really, really impressive gemstone strand. It's coming up in 10 minutes time. We're moving on though. We're going to try and fit in a few more deals. Oh, love this. This is one of my favourite strands of Rainbow Moonstone. This is, for me, going the way of aquamarine, I have to say, the Rainbow Moonstone.
Without a doubt.
We used to have some sort of, I would say, you know, we had the top elite quality Rainbow Moonstone, then we had the mediocre varieties where you had to look a little harder for the adjurescence.
Yep.
We haven't really got that anymore. Every single strand is of that elite quality.
Yep.
And it's just because of the way that we develop as a company. We now work with more suppliers globally. In fact, we've got buying offices situated all over the world, making sure we get the most competitive prices and we can offer you the best deals. Now, these are a little more subtle, they're a little more elegant. They are 2x1, ranging up to 3x2 in size. And just have a look at the adjurescence that you get here. Hopefully it's going to come through. I really think that it must just be because they're small and because of the studio lights that I'm not getting to show you that, because I have literally got a row of sort of violet and sky blue tones going down this side of the gemstone. Oh, a little flash of green there as well. There, I think we're just catching it. It's just where the facets are placed versus the multiple light sources in the studio, and these are quite small cuts. So my advice is to use your 30-day money-back guarantee. You're not going to be disappointed when you get it home and you experience this optical effect in the flesh. It's going to be far more beautiful in incandescent light or daylight than it is in our studio lighting. I know that sounds silly, and you know, the cynics amongst you might say, doesn't sound right. Why wouldn't you have the optimum, you know, environment to show off gemstones if that's what you do? The fact of the matter is, it's impossible. Gemstones like to have one single light source entering them so that you can make use of the play of light within the gemstone. That's just not feasible in a TV studio. We have to have a variety of different light sources. We've got one set of lights lighting the set, one light in the desk, and one making me look beautiful and handsome. They're working a treat. Rainbow Moonstone here, actually my birthstone, and it's available right now for $19.95. The reason I say that is not because it's, you know, it could be just seen as a bit of a mindless trivia, but actually you can see that my personal association with this gemstone has led me to own the gemstone because it's my birthstone. And so that might end in greater sales for you. If you're working with people's birthstones, half the battle's already won if people are already inclined to buy the gemstones you're working with. I, for one, if I see rainbow moonstone, I'll be far more inclined to buy it because it is my birthstone. I have a personal association with it. So working with birthstones can lead to greater sales. Absolutely gorgeous, $19.95, and I will just say 30 centimetre strand, so you're getting a lot of bang for your buck on that particular strand. I'll leave that on with you. We're going to move on. Oh, and we're going to give you another clearance deal. Is it this one here? Ah, now this has just been placed on the little desk at the side of me. This is your red agate. Do you know what? I know that I always do this. I always try and reclassify the colour tones, but I would call this, I think you're going to like this, marmalade agate. Oh, it almost looks like cherry red on screen, but if you see it with the light past it, can you see that? It's more of a sort of orange and golden tone.
Thick Dundee marmalade.
Oh,
yeah.
I could have that. I could just go for a bit of marmalade on toast when I get in. Gorgeous. Now, again, we've tried to listen to the needs of our jewellery making audience who tell us they want the same gemstone, but in a variety of different sizes. These are your little pear drops that are through drilled. You've got your checkerboard faceted coins, and you've got your checkerboard faceted triangles. Director Bruce, feel free to come out and you can have this after class. Look at Brucey. He's just given me a look of disgust. Just to be clear, I wasn't being unprofessional. We were using it, but we're not. He said, now I got in trouble from producer Liam. He said we were, but we're not now. Oh, earlier on we took gemstone strands so low that computer says no. So it flashed up on the screen a warning to my producer saying, you're about to take something dramatically low, please don't do this. $25.35 was the price for this agate, and it is top quality agate. We've just taken it down to £10.
Jeepers.
I mean, a price point here where we're not making money, we're making friends.
Yep.
That's the way we like to give a positive to things that have a negative effect on our own business. Doesn't have a negative effect on yours because it's allowing you to operate on tiny margins really and create very, very profitable jewellery designs. I love this because this is some of the most high quality red agate you're ever likely to see. It's actually got gorgeous clarity in it, and you've got this range of colour tones from the golden hues to the tangerines, and then you've even got those sort of ruby reds as well, haven't you?
Again, Christmas Day jewellery for me. Again.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
Could you maybe put it together with?
Yes, of course you could. If you want classic Christmas Day jewellery, why not? Because you know, after Christmas Day, because you can make jewellery, you can just take it apart and make it again into something different.
Of course. Do you know what? I think we're all guilty of not realising how powerful that is as a concept for jewellery makers. I don't mean the designers, I mean, you know, me and my producer. I think we both tend to think about just how much profit you can make out of a strand, but actually the benefit of learning these jewellery making techniques is that you can create a bespoke piece of jewellery for every single outfit, for every single event, and at the end of it, all you've got to do is snip the clasp off and start all over again. You've got that same opportunity all over again. It's incredible to bring you a price point like this. Should be £25, just taking it down to £10. Unbelievable. That's how we here at JewelleryMaker offer you the best value on the market and genuine, I suppose, wholesale deals. That's how we have to look at them.
I would say that's better than a wholesale deal.
Really?
Yeah.
I suppose you're probably right. If the computer's saying don't go that low,
I think it's better,
we're probably
than
actually
wholesale deal.
giving you better than wholesale deal. But that's why I would encourage people to use us as your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. Take advantage of these kind of opportunities. I mean, even if you think about the work that's gone into faceting the gemstones, that in itself adds value. And to get all three for £10, incredible.
Yeah, Ed, you wouldn't get those 3 strands, if they were faux, if they were plastic, you wouldn't get them for £10.
Really?
No.
I'll be honest,
No,
I have no knowledge of the synthetic
I mean, I'd be
market.
surprised if you could. You just wouldn't. And you know what? You've got gemstone, you've got quality, beautiful, amazing gemstone.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what these go brilliantly with as well. Just one last bit of inspiration. If you invested in the amber recently,
yes,
don't you think that'd look gorgeous with these? Because you've got the the whole range of colour tones of amber here, haven't
Well,
you?
if you've got those amber cabochons.
That's what I was thinking. Because you could use these on the neckline and maybe set the cabochon into the centrepiece.
You'd make a real vintage piece there, wouldn't you?
Gorgeous. Okay, £10, lots and lots of people multi-buying on this particular deal. Unsurprising, really, when you look at the value we're offering. We are going to leave that one with you because we do want to fit in a couple more deals. Wow, wow, wow. And I know what this is. I'm not going to make the mistake every single time. Oh, but hold on. Do you know what this is, Linda?
Do I know what that is? Do I know what that is? Am I not to look?
Yeah, you can look.
Oh.
In fact.
Do I know what... Is there a catch in this question?
No? What gemstone do you think it is?
Well, it's very pale pink.
Yep.
It could be morganite. It could be kunzite. It could be amazing rose quartz, but I'm not sure.
You've hit the nail, the proverbial nail on the head there.
So
it's
if
top quality rose quartz.
Okay.
The only reason I asked you is because how many, industry folk would mistake that for morganite?
Well, honestly, folks, I didn't. It wasn't even on the screen at that point what it was.
No.
So it was. That could be morganite and it could be kunzite, or, as I said, an amazing quality rose quartz.
That's exactly what it is. Top quality rose quartz. Probably some of the highest quality rose quartz I've ever seen, and I don't mean on JewelleryMaker. I mean ever.
Ever, yeah. I would agree with you, definitely.
I've got 7 years of experience in the industry, working for the Genuine Gemstone Company, selling jewellery designs on Gems TV as a producer, and I can safely say I've never seen rose quartz higher quality than this.
Not with that twinkle, that sparkle.
It's that traditional sparkle as well. I suppose the kind of sparkle that people attribute to modern jewellery. And it's just phenomenal.
It's beautiful.
To get rose quartz of this quality is difficult enough, but to then facet it into these rondelles, it's actually elevated it one further, hasn't it? It's it is absolutely the highest quality rose quartz I've ever held in my hand. It ranges in size from 4x2 to 5x3, giving you 65 carats. And once again, over 30 centimetres in length, so you're getting a lot of gemstones there. I mean, you could create tiara designs using these, couldn't you?
Definitely, absolutely, definitely. It would make the most divine little christening present.
Yes, as soon as you just had a little baby girl.
Yeah, because it really is top quality. That's top notch.
We haven't even brought the price on screen yet, and I've got people buying 3s, 4s, and somebody's... Oh no, 4 is... Sorry, I thought somebody was bought 5 there, but I just misread it. 4. Somebody's just bought 4 strands of this.
I don't blame them. Absolutely.
Oh, I'm about to see why, my producer tells me.
God. That's why.
Oh, come on. That is actually a $14.95 strand. Sorry. I don't want you to have to pay, high prices, but I also don't want to be accused of devaluing gemstones here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. And I think, once again, the last price crash you did was borderline. I actually think that one is. That is the genuine price, so producer Liam's not even responsible for that price.
That's astonishing.
That goes to show the power of our gemstone buying here at JewelleryMaker, doesn't it?
It really is. And when you held that strand out, and against the white desk, and then now you put it against your hand.
Yeah, you get a different look again, don't you?
Just put it against the skin and just
strength
see that
of colour that comes through there.
Pink
Absolutely. It brings out more of the colour tone there when it's against the skin. Okay, over half the stock's already been allocated in just a few minutes there. Look at that. 3. Jennifer with 2. Jeanette with 2. Lorna with 3. Ali with 2. Anne with 2. Christine with 4, who I already referenced. Margaret with 2. Is anybody going to buy 1 strand of rose quartz?
No, they mustn't at that price. They must buy multiples.
Yes, I suppose this is the way to treat us as your one-stop shop. It looks like that's going to be a sellout deal this evening, so we're going to move on because it's now time to launch that citrine as a superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, can I tell a quick story while everybody starts dialing? So before we bring the graphics on screen, start dialing, put yourself to the front of the queue. Shall I tell you a funny story? You know what you were saying about people just having newborns, and how that pink would be perfect for somebody who'd had a little girl. My best friend is having a baby. He just informed me. He just had his 5-month scan, so he found out what the sex was. And I was sat in the park with my dog the other day, and he sent me a text which prompted me to go, yes, get in, when there were other dog walkers around looking at me as if to say, he's on his own and he's definitely yelling to himself. He sent me a text message saying, it's a boy.
Right,
I'm just
aquamarine
excited.
then, aquamarine for the little boy.
Yes, of course. I'm just excited because, you know, I've got a son, and so they can play together. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm just sad like that. There you go. We're going to have a new little gang. Me and my pals and all our children. Now, I hope you took advantage of that. I was just filling in time, giving you that little story, so that you could put yourself to the front of the queue. I only have double figures of availability on this strand. It is limited edition. And I suppose it's because in order to source citrine of high enough quality to be cut into these concave bicones is very, very difficult. The consistency of the colour and the density, the clarity of the gemstone in order to be faceted in this way, I think the Lapidus would have had to demand a certain kind of quality of gemstone. First of all, there wouldn't be any point in creating this concave cut, which is a very traditional cut, if it didn't have the colour saturations, because if you're highlighting a flaw in the gemstone, it makes it surplus requirement, doesn't it, the cut?
Absolutely.
So if you're cutting it in this elaborate fashion, actually what you're highlighting is that there's actually a variation in the zonal, in the colour zoning, sorry, in the gemstone, then really you're not adding value to the gemstone. You're actually creating a bit of you're highlighting a flaw, aren't you? And so you have to have that consistency of colour, and that's what you've got on this strand of citrine. Now, we've talked a little bit about the idea of working a season ahead, planning for the upcoming winter craft fairs. This is in fact November's birthstone. So it could be that if you are creating jewellery designs for your November craft fairs, or for somebody who has a birthday coming up towards the end of the year, this could be the perfect accompaniment. I know that there's a lot of jewellery makers out there who don't sell their designs, who actually couldn't even bring themselves to give a design to a loved one. They love their gemstones too much. And often it's people who have an understanding of the folklore and the legend attached to the gemstones. Interestingly, citrine is actually thought to be a gemstone that promotes prosperity and success. So actually, if you are maybe going into the craft fair sector for the first time, and you're somebody who, you know, likes the ideas behind the folklore legend, if this could be the perfect gemstone to work with, because thought to promote prosperity and success.
Absolutely.
It could be a big seller.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's just the most delicious gemstone, it's the most delicious cut, it's the most beautiful strand, and as a jewellery maker I want it. End of.
Yeah.
I just need it.
Well, there you go. That's all you need to hear when our resident designer is saying, you just got to have it. She wants it in her world. That should be a key indication to start getting on the phone lines, particularly when you look at just how high end the cuts are. Got people actually buying multiple strands. Anne's got 2, Natasha's got 3. I have to warn you, we only have double figures of availability. This is a limited edition strand based on the quality of the gemstone and the intricacy of the cut let's have a look at our exclusive launch price this evening. Gems of Distinction citrine, $24.95. My producer's just reminding me, just in case you didn't catch that, we only have double figures of availability. It's a limited edition strand, and over a third's gone already. We're approaching half of the stock being allocated on this particular item. Looks to me like it could be a sellout design, particularly when you see what Linda has created using this gemstone. Now, I love the recording because actually you can see the depth not only of the gemstone itself, it allows you to see the dimensions of the cut, but also the saturation of the colour. I'm so impressed with the colour tone.
As that rose quartz, this is the best strand of citrine I think I've seen since I've been here. It is, honestly, truly. Oh yeah. Truly. It's just got everything going for it.
I was thinking about a strand that we launched over the weekend, the black spinel faceted cubes with this citrine.
Yes.
How indulgent would that be?
Yes, please.
Gorgeous. I mean, you've put it here on the black bus, and it's already given it a little lift, isn't it? Yeah. I love it.
I mean, in an ideal world, I'd have had a finer chain, which you at home may well have, but it's just a design.
Just working with what you've got.
But I'd put it on a finer chain, probably a gold-plated chain or a gold chain. It deserves, but it honestly.
I love this matching set.
It just exudes beauty.
It does.
And I've got one left over and I can't put on anything, so it's going over.
Oh no, that'll have to fall into your stash, won't it, luscious Linda?
One left over, yeah, it's such a shame.
I know all these tricks. The oldest trick in the book, that one. Actually, I suppose you could create, if you created quite a deep setting, you could actually create solitaire rings of this, couldn't you? Yes,
you could. If you had like the American settings, the Americans, they have that deep claw set. Yes.
And the beauty of that is that you really get to show off the whole of the gemstone, show the coulee as well. Yes. Look at that. That is gorgeous.
It's stunning.
This is like a princess cut, but on top of one another, so they're mirrored, aren't they?
Yeah, incredible.
I love this. And often the bicones are actually our most popular cuts. I mean, this has taken bicones to a new level,
isn't it? It's taken bicones to the moon, to completely on another planet.
And look at this.
Just look at that point.
Yeah.
It's just so beautiful.
Cut to a fine point, and that actually shows the quality of the gemstone, because to achieve that would be very difficult, wouldn't it?
And it's got a really nice, fine top drill in it, but you will get a 0.4 wire through it.
Okay, that's an important piece of information, yes.
But it's stunning. I urge you to get it home and just sort of, just look at its sheer beauty.
And I love the combination of jewellery that you've created.
I think it needs to be kept very simple, because these gemstones, if nothing else, are going to work.
You've got to let them be the headline piece. Yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly what they're. But you can take a lot more time out. I would love to have had more time working with them. Really
absolutely gorgeous. Linda, we've got just seconds left on the show now, so just enough time for me to thank you for joining us. Have you had fun?
I've had a fantastic time. I've loved every minute.
So you'll come back and work with us again on the Late Show.
I'll gate crash if you don't have me.
There we go. So we got Linda in the bag now as well. We're laughing. And of course, enough time to thank all of the guys in the studio, Sam and Pete, Liam giving us all the prices and the clearance deals, director Bruce on the wheels of steel, and of course you for joining us. Hopefully you feel like we have rewarded you for sticking with us till 9 PM, because we have given you some incredible deals this evening. Okay, well, without further ado, I have to say good night, but I'll be back on Saturday with the Inspiration Show, so join me then. Thank you and good night.
If you're new to jewellery making and want to learn all the essential techniques, then this is the perfect workshop for you. Join experienced resident designer Linda and learn how to get to grips with this addictive hobby. Learn how to create necklaces, earrings and bracelets with genuine gemstones. You will also have the opportunity to try a range of jewellery making mediums for beginners, including wirework, macrame and kumihimo. The full course includes a wide selection of gemstones and findings, threading materials, 0.4 and 0.8 silver plated wire, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and our museum and a visit to our shop. All of this for just £59.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Start your new hobby today with JewelleryMaker.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Good afternoon and welcome to Designer Inspiration. Thank you so much for joining me today. Have you seen all of the